Hey everybody, Blaine Elston here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to our Serger Soiree. I hope I'm saying that right.
Soiree.
Soiree, that's it.
Soiree.
My wife Michelle had to give me lessons last night of how to say that, because that is a French term and it's really popular in Louisiana. So, how do you say it, Kennedy?
Like a W, like soiree.
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 Well, anyway, it's a party. So, hey, we're going to have a great time. We are going to talk all about sergers for 3 days. We've got just about every brand of serger you've ever wanted to know about here, and we're super excited. And we're going to have our serger challenge with Joanne Banco, Candace Trevino, and April Yang. So, and we've got some video we're going to show you this morning of them doing their open box. Kennedy went out and shopped and put together, some stuff for them to do. And the challenge is we basically just threw a bunch of stuff in a box and said, you have to make something with the serger by using this product. So we'll have that. But before we get too deep into the show, I want to say a big shout out there to some of the SMP Nation. We have Sue Wheeler watching this morning in Utah. We have Diane Morris in New York. Gene Wall in North Carolina, Gail Beam in Illinois, Mary Shepard in Ohio, and we have Renee Bolton in Florida. So good morning. Thank y'all for watching. And I have Kennedy and Kyle in the studio this morning. Lean over and say hi, Kyle. The other way, Kyle. Your other left. So they're all here this morning, ready to go. And hey, we're going to have some giveaways this week, the 3 days we're going to be on. And so you want to make sure you stay tuned in. And we're going to have some great pricing on sergers. And we've got another little gift thing, don't we, Kyle?
Oh
yeah. So y'all see this? This is a tote bag that is, you can put a small serger in it. You could probably put a small sewing machine in it.
Or notions.
Notions, threads, all kinds of things. And so I'm going to give this away for free if you buy certain things. So y'all are just going to have to, when I say hint, I may have to hold up the tote bag. But anyway, just know that you're going to have a chance to get this for free with purchase of something. So can't tell you what that something is, though.
Oh, you'll just have to wait and see.
Okay, what is the name of the event?
Serger Soiree.
Hint, hint.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. There you go. All right. So we got some other great specials. We've got some thread packages we're going to be able to share with you too. So we got a lot of good things, and it's going to be fun. But we're going to talk all about sergers. And one of the things, that people usually are very intimidated by sergers because, before the air thread sergers came out, it was extremely hard to thread them. And I think I've told you all this on the show before is, we used to even have a service that we would charge people to thread their sergers. They would bring them in for us to thread them, just like, scissor sharpening. We had a service, thread, serger threading. So, so it's evolved a lot in the last, few years with all the air threading, making it extremely easy with a push of a button to thread it. So that's one really great thing. And we're going to have a bunch of those on the show today. And we're going to have some, entry level sergers as well that are a little bit more, less expensive. But we've got a great show, great educators this week, all week. Today is going to be a great day. Tomorrow we have Baby Lock the entire day. They're going to show, I think we've got 5 different Baby Lock sergers we're going to show. And then we're going to have Brother, we have Janome, Elna, we have them all on here, even some Viking and Pfaff. Yeah. And but today we're going to start out the day with some Jukis, and then we're going to talk about some Bernettes. And so we got a good show today. And then I think we're ending the day on a Viking and Elna, correct? Yes. And so we're going to have a lot of different brands today and get to see. But are y'all ready to see a video? I want to see our challengers open up their box, Kennedy. So we're going to show you the video, the open box video, and then we're going to get started on our show here shortly. But we want to just kind of show you the challenge. And today we're going to take an hour today. Basically, each day we're going to spend about an hour on education. And you're going to kind of get to see the sergers in action. And what's really cool about it is Joanne Banco is going to be using a Brother serger. Candace used a Baby Lock serger. And April used a Bernette serger.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're getting to see 3 different brands of air thread sergers.
And 3 different creative minds.
Yes.
3 different creatives making things with similar fabric. So
yeah, it's kind of cool. So let's show the video, Kennedy, of them opening their box and the reactions.
Hello, Blaine, Kennedy, and the SMP Nation. I am so excited. I got a box from Kennedy in preparation for next week's Serger Soiree, and I am about to pull out everything that's inside. I've already sliced it open very carefully, so let me go ahead and open this big box. I have no idea what is going to be in here, but I know it's going to be exciting because Kennedy put it together. So, okay, first things first, a pair of jeans, well worn and a pretty good size. So, can't go wrong with that for sure. Alrighty, let's see what else is in here. Ooh, pretty batik fabrics. 2, let's see, aha, 3. Oh, I love these. Yeah, good mix, Kennedy. Very good. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, let's see. Hopefully I'm not jiggling this camera too much. What in the world? Oh, it's a tie-dye t-shirt. Okay. Can't go wrong with t-shirt either. I'm sure that will come in very handy. And let's see, there's more fabric. Some nice blues to go with the blue. I like it. And, all right, what's the string? Nope, it's not string, it is elastic. All right, that's gonna give me a challenge for sure. I'm so glad to be participating in this challenge, but it is going to be challenging. And 4 spools of maxi lock thread, my favorite thread. Yes, my favorite Serger thread. And wait a minute, there's one more rolling around in here. Snazzy lock, exquisite snazzy lock. You know, the color is gorgeous. Take a look at that color. That is so beautiful. And I have actually ordered a whole bunch of these from Sewing Machines Plus in the past. So, all right, here's my bundle. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to start creating for the Serger Soiree. So we'll see you soon.
This is my mystery package from Sewing Machines Plus. Let's open it up and see what they sent me. I see a shirt. It has some stretch to it. The sleeves are woven. There's some fabric squares, bunch of different kinds and different prints and colors. There's a pair of jeans in here. There's some thread. And some elastic. I have no idea what I'm going to be making using only a serger, but I definitely want to incorporate these jeans somehow.
Hi guys, hey, it's Candace. So I just got my box. Let's see what's inside. So I got the handy box cutter and let's see what's in here. All the fun stuff I have to work with. I'm a little bit afraid. Oh, okay. So I got threads. Oh, I'm seeing a theme here. I've got red, white, and blue. Okay. I got a shirt. Cute. There's a pair of jeans. Okay. And some fabrics. And a little bit of elastic. Well, you know, I'm a garment maker, so initially I think of some kind of garment, but I have to say I've seen really cute things you can do, cutting up jeans, making a bag. So maybe I'll make a bag. I am going to use my Triumph because this is a cover stitch and a serger. So it's going to give me a lot of flexibility with doing top stitching, doing serging, maybe decorative stitches. I do have some fun snazzy lock, which is a decorative thread. So we'll see what I'm going to do with that. I'll have to put those in my loopers. All right, well, you're going to have to stay tuned to find out what I'm going to do with it. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
All right, so what did y'all think of the open box video? So Kennedy, tell me, how much fun did you have going out and shopping for all this stuff?
My goodness, I had so much fun. I was very nervous because I don't have a super strong background with sergers, so I was trying to think of what would be challenging, what materials would be challenging, but also what would still be fun for the educators to make. So I think I did okay. I kept asking them. I probably asked them like 20 times, like, is this okay? Is everything fine? Did it work? But I saw one of the projects that was done, and you guys are not ready. They're not ready, Blaine. They're not for what's about to come.
Well, they're going to have to get ready because we're going to start it today. We're going to have our first session today, educational session, and we're going to have Candace and Joanne on today. Split it, and then tomorrow it's April Yang the whole hour, correct?
Yeah.
And then we'll have Candace and Joanne back on Friday to finish up, their project. So we'll check in with them and see how they're doing today, and they're going to show you kind of a few steps of what they're doing. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm kind of anxious to see what they come up with as well. And Kennedy, I think you did a great job picking all that stuff out, because I know. That's part of the fun of the challenge is them opening a box up and going, okay, what can I create? So Candace kind of gave us a hint that she's thinking about maybe a bag.
Yeah, I think I know where she's going with the bags and the denim. So yeah, we'll have to see.
And then, April is known for repurposing clothes
and upcycling.
Yeah. So she redoes them and makes them fit herself.
Yeah.
And so I can see her making some kind of outfit with the jeans and a shirt with adding all the stuff in. So, and then Joanne is so creative. There is no telling what she's going to come up with. I mean, she may come up with some kind of wall art. I mean, you just never know.
I don't know. And I didn't want to ask too many questions either. I wanted to really leave it to the educators and put their own spin on it. So I'm excited. I'm really excited for all the demos today.
So I hope y'all are excited. Are y'all ready to get this thing going? Let's get this party going. Hey, we've got Juki going to be first up this morning. We got them for the first hour and a half. And we have our good friend, Kelly Latreille, coming in. And, Kelly, she's the national account trainer at Juki America. She's an accomplished performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management, budgeting, staffing, inventory control, training, and development. And she has been on our show many times. Y'all absolutely love her. She has been, at our stores before doing training and a lot of different things. She's extremely knowledgeable on all the Juki products, and we're super excited to have her here this morning. So y'all welcome Kelly Latreille to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. How cool is that box challenge? I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Oh my gosh, I am too. I just think it's going to be kind of fun doing stuff like that. And we've got, kind of when Kennedy and I and Kyle started talking about this, we were thinking, we need to get 3 people that are kind of completely both ends of the spectrum from each other, that in their creativity. And I think we've got 3 really good ones. I can't hear you.
No.
I hear a dog barking. Yeah, I think you got AirPods or something. They may have switched to.
Okay, they can't hear me right
There we go.
You hear me? Oh, it's because of you. Okay,
yes.
We're good. We're good to go here, Blaine. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Well, hey, I know we've got a lot to cover, and you're going to talk about 3 different sergers that Juki has. We're going to let you get going, Kelly, and when you get done with this first one, come back to me. We'll tell them how to get it, and you can get set up for the second one.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Blaine. Hi, everybody. I am so excited to be here for the Serger Soiree because of all the machines, the Jukis I have. If I had to pick one, it would be a serger. The reason is I love sewing on a serger because I'm a garment sewer primarily, and they're fast, they're efficient, and they make everything look professional, which I love. The jacket I'm wearing, of course, is the the jacket that I always make, but this one's a new one. I printed it on the Rico printer and constructed it on my Juki Akane Serger. And last week I was so excited for this that I made 2 dresses and a couple of jackets, because that's what you get out of a serger. You can do it fast and it looks so professional. I'm starting with our top of the line serger today because I'm so excited about it. There is no serger on the market like this one. And if you know Juki's reputation with sergers, they're strong and durable. The Akane, it means red in Japanese, and that's a tribute to our rich industrial heritage. And what we did with the Akane is we put some of that industrial technology into this machine. So that's why the serger is second to none. You have the capability of doing very heavy fabric to silk fine fabrics with this machine. I'm going to point out a couple of those industrial features, but we're going to take a deep dive into the Akane because this is the machine for you. I'm so glad that Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus started out with Juki, because we are pioneers of home sergers. So let's take a closer look. See this button on the Akane? That is a new button on a serger. I can trim my threads. Yes, I can trim my chain when I'm done serging. I can just press this button, and I don't know if you can see that back there. If you want to focus in on that a little closer, I'll do it again because it's so cool. It is my chain off thread cutter. And usually you only see that on industrial machines. Okay, let's bring it back so I can show them another thing about that. This is the foot control, and I can also program the foot control to cut as well, just like on my TL. Isn't that great? And this is the foot control that comes with the Akane, and it is a microchip electronic, so you can control the speed from the foot. However, you can also adjust the speed in the machine, and that's a first for a serger. This machine is capable of going 1,500 stitches per minute. So for certain projects, you may want to slow that down, and you can. Another feature that I'm really excited about is the microlift. Now, all you Juki TL fans on and other machines we have already have this on our normal sewing machines, but the microlift has been added to the Akane. Why? Because it gives you a wider range of fabrics to work with. I can work with thick fleece. I can work with denim because of this great feature. And I'll have you close up. Press your foot down. And I'm going to adjust the microlift. And later we'll sew with it. But see how that foot comes up? And look how much play I have on this foot. So I can get a really heavy quilt or a wool coat underneath that foot with the microlift. It is so nice. So this is a strong, durable serger. So let's take a look at the inside of the machine and we'll get serging. First of all, I'm going to have you look at the top. There is no tension knobs. That's because we have a metered thread delivery system that when I select a stitch, it's going to give me the thread that I need for that stitch. It's easy, stress-free. So the combination of having no tension and air threading is wonderful. This machine is capable of air threading, and I'm going to open the door and show you that. The threading ports are here, and we have a motorized switch for that air threading to make it so easy. So if you're looking for a serger right now and you like air thread is on the top of the list, consider a Juki serger, especially the Akane. Easy to use and fun. So this is equipped with air threading, but if you never threaded a serger manually, what that does for you is it enables you to thread it in any order. So if I break a thread in the middle of sewing, I can just rethread that looper or that needle. I don't have to go back and thread my loopers first and then my needles. It just makes it very, very easy. So how does it work? So I have my upper looper unthreaded to show you, okay? And what I'm going to do is just take some thread and put it in the port, okay? And then I'm just going to move that port. Oh, I have to lock my machine. My apologies. I'm going to lift that lever up and I'm going to move the hand wheel forward until the loopers lock into place. And what that does is it forms tubes so that now when I'm ready to do air threading, it's already gone through the upper looper. It's that fast and that efficient. So it's exciting. Easy threading, no tension, no brainer. On the right-hand side of the machine, I have my stitch selector. I have a stitch length dial that will make the stitches closer or further apart, depending on the weight of the thread, the weight of the fabric, all that good stuff. And I also have a differential feed system. Now, what that means on a serger is I want to gather.
Hey, Kelly. So Kelly, you froze up there for about 15 seconds. So
Are
maybe,
we good?
Yeah, you're back now. So if you can go back a little bit, I think about 15 seconds you were froze up.
Okay, great. What were we talking about? We were talking about the differential feed. So when I go to a higher number, it is going to give me a larger step with that front feed dog and feed in more fabric. If I go to a lower number, it's going to do the opposite. It's going to take a smaller step and feed in less fabric. So in other words, if I want to stretch my fabric for a lettuce leaf edge, or if I want to build in stretch to a seam, I can do that. So differential feed is essential on a serger. When I look inside the Akane, I have all the tools I need. I have my lint brush, my tweezers, and my needle screwdriver to get the needles out. Over here, they're home needles. They're standard sewing needles. So if you've got needles at home, you're good to go. Let's talk about the presser foot a little bit, because this is also special. The presser foot has a tape sewing guide built in so I can stabilize shoulder seams. I can run ribbon through that for decorative serging. I also have some markings on my presser foot, and the markings are for the left and right needle. There's another marking though to show you where it's going to cut, and I love that because if you're doing a 1/4 inch seam and are lining up the edge, it's perfect. A couple of other things. This is the upper knife. I can lower that knife and take it out of cutting position so that if I want to just do a decorative edge without cutting or any edge without cutting, I can do so. When I raise that, when I move the hand wheel for rotating, it brings that knife right back into action. The other thing I have here that is a convenience feature is the stitch finger. This is a lever that brings it in the machine or out of the machine. Now, if you're new to serging, the way a serger works is you have 2 loopers and 2 needle threads. The loopers cross each other to form the stitch and the needles hold them in place. But all of that is done by forming the stitch on the stitch finger itself. So when I take that out, I can do a very, oops, that was a knife. I can do a very narrow seam. So that's a real nice advantage. I also have a cutting width that I can adjust, and this moves the knife, and I'm going to raise this knife so you can see it. And that moves it in and out depending on how my fabric is reacting. Okay, so a couple of other little convenience features. I have a knee lift, so I can raise and lower the presser foot with the knee lift or with the lever in the back. And that is fantastic when I'm doing decorative stitching and my hands are, I just am guiding and I want to raise that presser foot. It's easy and it's convenient. I have the pressure on the pressure foot, which is separate from the micro lift. The pressure will enable you to put more pressure on heavy fabrics and less on lightweight fabrics, so you get a good stitch every time. All right, we gave you a good tour. I'm going to put my waste collector back on the machine. That just snaps into place. And we're going to do a little sewing, because what I want you to know is the Akane is easy, and it can go from very fine fabric to very heavy fabric without a problem. But if you've had a serger before by Juki, you know how strong they are. So now I'm going to just start it with a 4 thread. Now, before I go there, let's look at this screen. So it's going to tell me what to do. It also has different settings for the machine. I can actually personalize this machine to my sewing studio. And the first adjustment that can be made is speed. Now, remember, this serger can go up to 1,500 stitches per minute. That is fast. So if I go in here, I have mine set on fast. I love speeding when I'm sewing, but I can lower this. And for certain projects, I do. But for today's, I'm going to keep that on 10. But yes, you can lower the speed, because think about the first time you went on a serger and it took off and you were probably like, what's happening? So that is a really nice thing. The thread chain, I can actually adjust how long that chain is when I cut the thread with that chain cutter in the back. I can adjust my light. So a couple of different things. We have dual lighting on this machine, which means I have a light behind the needle and in front of the needle. But I can also, if I select enter, make this adjustable. So I can lower or heighten the lighting. And right now I have it on warm. That's another adjustment I can make. I can take it from cool. Oops. Let's press enter before I do that. So we're going to look at the temperatures. So now it's on warm, and I can take this to cool so that it looks better. For today's purposes, we're going to stay on warm, and I'm going to touch enter. The other thing I can adjust is the LCD screen. So if I want this LCD screen darker or lighter, I can adjust for that. Okay. The foot control, I showed you the foot control earlier. I have this program to cut the thread, and I'll show you that. I can also program it to do a half a stitch. What it does is do a stitch with the needle in, so that if I want to turn a corner inside or outside, I can get that super precise, and I love that. Another thing we give you with the Akane is a presser foot for sewing curves, because our distance between the edge of the presser foot and the knife is small, so that you can go around curves with this foot easily. So let's do some sewing. I've used my air threader to make sure that we have our upper looper threaded, and I'm just going to start a chain. There we go. Beautiful chain. So I'm going to start with a knit. This is a knit that I made a dress out of last week, and it's just a beautiful medium weight. So now when I get to the end of the seam, I can either do the button or do my foot control, and it just cut my thread. How cool is that? It's so much fun. So as I said before, we're capable on the Akane of doing 4 thread seaming, 3 thread seaming for overcasting, and of course 2 thread seaming for flat lock seams and overcasting. So I'm going to try a cotton, because of course we can serge on any type of fabric we want. And this time I'm going to use my foot control to cut that thread. There we go. And I think I didn't hit there. Beautiful.
So that cuts it every time. So I've went from a knit to a woven and the stitch still looks perfect. What do I mean by perfect? What I like is the loopers meeting directly on top, the needle threads on the back to look like little dots, and in the front to look like even straight stitches. That's it. It's very easy. So let's talk about bulkier fabrics. One thing I like to do when I am quilting is I like to go around the quilt when I'm finished and I've squared it off just to serge that edge. So generally that's not a problem. This is 2 layers of batting, and 2 layers of fabric. So let's start there. And really a Juki serger can handle this without a problem. Again, I'm going to use my cutter. I love that so much. It's so great. Oops, I think I'm pulling and trying to cut. So that is a really nice seam, but let's double that. And I'm going to put the micro lift down so you can see how it can do a heavy fabric without a problem. Have you struggled? Have you struggled with fleece? Have you struggled with putting on elastic? This is the type of things I use my micro lift for because it does the job. Boom, and I got it. All right. If anything is in front of that micro, it won't cut. So I'm just going to move aside. There we go. Cut that. So let's take a look at that seam. It is a strong seam. The needle didn't get loose and it looks beautiful. So think about making bags or sewing through quilts or that denim that Kennedy put in those kits. I was thinking jacket. It was just me, but when I saw that beautiful fabric, I thought jacket. So we're going to take the serger down now to a 3-thread to show you how easy it is to convert. And I do have standard sewing needles in this machine. So what I'm going to do is just cut my left needle thread and pull it out. And I'm going to remove the left needle. Now, how many of you have, let me get this a little closer to me so I can see that screw. There we go. Perfect. I have a magnetic strip on top so I can put small scissors. And of course, I love putting my needles up there. It's just an easy place to find them. The Akane is also equipped with a needle threader, just so you know, so that you can thread the needles like no other. Now I'm going to start with, I'm just going to select B for my next stitch. And I'm on 3-thread. And I'm going to go to C for a narrow seam because I took out that stitch. And it looks absolutely beautiful. So we're down to 3 threads, okay? Now, one of my favorite stitches on a serger is a rolled edge. And what I'm doing today is what you'll want to do when you go to purchase your serger. If you're ready to purchase, Blaine's going to have some great ideas. But what you want to see in a serger is you want it to go through different layers of fabric and get a consistent stitch. You want it to go through different types of fabric, knits, wovens, whatever you sew on, and see if the stitch is consistent. Then I like to go down to a rolled edge because that's something I use all the time. So I'm going to take my stitch selector to D. I'm going to take my stitch length to a small stitch, about a 1. And then I'm going to remove that stitch finger. So in order to do that, I'm just going to take the lever down. And I'm on D. We should be good to go for a rolled hem. There we go. All set. So first of all, I like to run this because, of course, This is great for belt loops, loops for buttons. I love the rolled edge because I love making cloth napkins that can be reused. You can use it on ruffles. You can use it on hem. It's such a great stitch. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm going to put the width. Well, let me just finish one. I like to tinker as I sew. I love it. There we go. And what I've got is a pretty nice looking rolled edge. However, a couple of things, I think it should be just a little shorter. And what I like is a real substantial rolled edge. So I'm actually going to move my cutting knife out a little bit. And I'm going to take that stitch length down a little bit. A couple of things. And it is absolutely beautiful. And it's perfect. It looks great. So think about the advantages you have. This is a strong, steady serger. You can go from very heavy canvas down to a silk. It is easy to use. We have air threading in combination with no tension, so you're not messing with anything. In fact, you're fine tuning. That's what I like to do. So let's take this back to a 4 thread. I'm going to put my needle back in so I can show you the fabulous needle threader on this machine. Well equipped, easy to use, and second to none in strength. So I'm just putting that back up. On my lint brush on this machine, I actually have a place where I could put that needle in if I couldn't get my hands back there. So I'm just bringing this down, and I'm going to bring my needle threader in place. And I'm going to choose the left needle. There we go. So now I'm just putting that thread in there, and it's going to pick it right up. So now I'm back to 4 threads. I can just put that stitch finger back in. And I'm ready to go. I'm going to go back on A so my stitch looks good. And I'm going to put my stitch selector back on about 2.5. And yes, it goes fast. So if you're looking for a heavy duty serger with industrial like features, that chain cutter, the micro lift is all included. You have 4 3/2 threads, and it's easy to use. And I think you'll be surprised at the price Blaine has for you today. So get excited. This is a fantastic serger because it's easy to use and it's the latest technology from Juki. You have that chain cutter, the micro lift, you have a pressure adjustment, you have magnetic strip up here so that you can put your needles on, and I can adjust for my speed, which you can't really do on a serger. So if you like to go a little slower for some projects, speed it up for others, you have that freedom. You have the freedom to do a 2-thread flat lock. Just last week I was doing a jacket and I actually used the flat lock for the overcasting because I just had 2 threads that color. So you will not go wrong with the Akane serger. It's the latest technology from Juki. It is strong, it is fast, and a lot of fun because you're not going to spend your time tinkering. You're going to spend your time sewing with the Akane. So I think we're close. Should we check back with Blaine and see if he's got some great prices on the Akane by Juki?
Hey, I do. But before I get there, I wanted to see if you could bring up some of the sample stitches you did and show them closer to the camera so we can all see the stitches of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the stitch is right on. It is, those loops are meeting directly on top. It looks balanced. So what's cool, Blaine, is I can go from different weights and it stays really consistent. I mean, look at that quilt stitch. It is really thick and the needles didn't get loose. That's what I look for. So it can handle heavy to fine. And of course, my favorite is that narrow rolled hem. And what makes that pretty is putting decorative thread in that upper looper, which is easy to do on any Juki serger.
All right, Kelly. Well, hey, while you're getting ready for the next one, I'm going to go ahead and tell them how they can get this and the special pricing. And so we'll see you back here in just about 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you, Blaine.
Okay, Kelly. All right, everyone. Let's take a look at this now. Again, we have Juki. I just got contact with Juki this morning, and they're going to help us with some special financing for you. So we're going to have 36 months available, 0% interest. So we've got a little bit better than what we thought. And we did send an email to the call center. They're going to know about this special financing if you need it. Guys, the price on this is $22.99. We have a call-in special on this. Now, this is the MO3000, and it's the QVP Akane air thread serger, okay? Now, what is so awesome about this, again, you're going to have that automatic needle threader, the wide throat area, the bright workspace, with that light control function. And Kelly showed you all those different lighting settings. Has a magnetic needle tray. It's the 2-3 thread conversion. Has that waste collector on it. Storage for the accessories. Has that inner curve sewing, multi-purpose foot, adjustable stitch length, and that differential feed. The knee lift lever. Foot controller with foot switch function. And what was cool about that, she could use that foot controller to even cut the thread. That was pretty cool, I thought. It has the adjustable pressure foot pressure. It has the option to deactivate that upper knife. And then it has the safety feature preventing operation when the presser foot is in the up position or the cover's open. So that's just a safety feature on it. And again, this is a great offering by Juki. $22.99 is the regular price on this. We do have a call-in special, and we just found out this morning we have a little bit better financing option. Juki's helping us on that. And we have a 36-month 0% interest financing available for you to help you out. Again, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And Kennedy,
Yes.
like I said before, hint, hint,
Wink, wink.
wink, wink. Buy one of these, and you never know what's going to be in your box.
Right. Or in your bag.
Or in your bag.
tote.
Or your tote. Yeah, you never know what's going to be in the box with your machine.
Yeah.
Y'all just, who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
Wink. Everybody get the hint, okay?
Oh, all the
All right.
comments are wink, wink.
All right. See, everybody, the SMP Nation's on the same page with us. That's what I
Yes.
love. All right. So, hey, I hope y'all love that demo that Kelly made with that serger. That was an awesome serger from Juki. And she's getting ready for that next one. But while she's getting ready, let's give something away, Kennedy. What do you think? So right now in the chat, I want everybody, keyword, to put the word Juki, Juki, in the chat. And I'm going to give you a few minutes to put that, or not a few minutes, a minute.
A minute.
About a minute to put that in if you want a chance to win. And you say, what are we going to give away, Kennedy? We're going to give away a Juki serger.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, we are.
We're going to give away a Juki serger.
654D.
There you go. This is the entry level 654DE. It's a 2-3-4 thread serger, and it's from the Juki Pearl line. And we are going to give this away to one lucky viewer. So you better put that word Juki in. And
I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
So let's spin the wheel, Kennedy. Here we go.
Sveta Vilikanova.
I'm not even going to attempt that.
Sveta, congratulations.
So my wife Michelle told me anytime there's a name up there like that, don't even attempt it.
I'll take over. I'll try my
Yeah,
best.
she said just let Kennedy say it. All right, so
Sveta.
All right, you are a winner, and you're watching today from YouTube. So congratulations, you just won yourself a Juki serger. So you have 30 days to claim that prize. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit. And as soon as we get that information in, we will ship your brand new Serger right to your doorstep, absolutely free.
Yes, we will.
It's that simple,
It
everybody.
is.
All you got to do is watch, participate in the show, and ask questions, make comments. And if you're needing help, you can call our call center at 800-401-8151. They can answer all your questions. And on our live chat today, if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or all the other Instagrams and all the different things that we're on, we have, I think it's Rhonda and Melinda,
Yes.
for sure, working chat today. So y'all will probably see them in the chat, like on Facebook and YouTube and all that. And they're able to answer your questions as well. And so they're all in there helping today as well. So we got the whole crew working.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, hey, I think Kelly is ready. So we're going to go right back to Kelly, and we're going to start with our second Juki Serger. So, Kelly, are you ready to go?
Hi, yes, I am.
We saw you running. All right, Kelly, we're going to let you take it away, and then I'll come back after you get finished with this one and tell them all about this one, and then we'll go to that third one.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. And congratulations to the person who just won a Juki Serger. That is exciting news. Enjoy that machine. And we're now going to talk about the MO2000 QVP. The Akane I just spoke of was the MO3000 QVP. And today we're going to look at this beauty. This is actually our top selling Serger because it's easy to use and it gives you that strength of every Juki machine. So let's take a look. The one thing you're going to notice about the MO2000 QVP is it does have tensions. This machine is equipped with air threading as well as tension, so a little bit of a different mix. When you're shopping for Sergers, you're going to want to put that list together of what's important to me. I talk to a lot of people about Sergers. I love them. They're my main thing. So when you're out shopping and watching, make sure it's what you want to buy, because there's some of us that love to tweak tensions and some of us don't. So this one is equipped with tension. And if you'll notice, they're all set on 4 because the theory on this machine is that I'm going to fine tune from 4. I'm going to just set it up and go. The reason that this is the most popular machine is that the book is built in. So if you look at the screen right now, I have 15 different stitch configurations to do. And I do get a book with every Juki Serger and sewing machine, but where it is, I don't know. So what I can do is I can look up, first I have the title of the stitch, and I can look up all the different settings on my screen. So it's telling me to put my tension at 4, and I have my stitch length at 2.5. I can have my cutting width anywhere from 1 to 5, and my differential is going to be on neutral. So I'm all set to go. If I want to change something, for example, if I want to go and change a setting and override it, I actually can. If I find out that I like my roll dot edge on a different number, I can just go in and set that, which is so cool. So what else does the MO2000 have to offer? So you have all the settings here. It's a no-brainer machine. You can sit down, set it up, and go. On the side of the machine, I have a couple of wonderful features. That is, of course, the stitch length that'll make your stitches longer or shorter, and then the differential feed, which is that mechanism that maneuvers your feeding system to accommodate different fabrics. If you're ever on a sweater knit, I love sewing on sweater knits, but they tend to curl. So if I move that lever upper to a higher number on that differential feed setting, what it's going to do is it's going to feed more fabric in to compensate for that stretch. If I'm sewing in or easing in a sleeve, I can put that to a higher number, because what it's doing is it's taking that front feed dog and making it take a larger step or a smaller step to accommodate my fabric. Love differential feed. I wouldn't get a serger without it. So I have another waist tray on this machine that I can take off. And I also have my tools right in front. I love this because I can always find where my tools are. I also have this equipped with air threading, so you can have the air threading. And again, what that means for you is I can thread it in any order. I don't know how many people are out there. I remember when I started serging in the early 80s. Yes, that ages me. However, we had to thread the loopers first and then the needles second, and you prayed that nothing would break. So today we have the luxury of having air threading. I do have a cutting width on this machine that I can bring in that lower knife or turn it back. I have the stitch finger. Now the stitch finger is that part on the serger that the stitch forms around. You have two loopers that cross each other to form the stitch, and then the needle threads hold it all in place. And then you can see that knife moving with it. But when I take that out, now I can get a very narrow seam for doing lingerie. I can do rolled hems, that sort of thing. On the MO2000, I can also lower the knife. So if I want that out of action, if I want to sew and not cut, I can. And again, remember that when I bring that lever up, it's a mechanical thing that is going to bring that knife back up into action, which is so nice. And I'm going to put my stitch finger back in there. Okay. And what other things can I tell you about the 2000? The pressure. You do have a pressure adjustment on this one to accommodate thick to thin fabrics. So let's take a look at that air threading. This time I have the looper threaded. I'm just going to cut that upper looper thread off and make sure that upper looper's clear. Now the first thing I'm going to do on the MO2000 is take this lever up to the left, so that when I rotate my hand wheel, it's locked in place. Now that air threading can take that thread all the way through the looper. So what I'm going to do is take a little thread in here, and I'm going to get a little excess thread out there, and then I'm going to pump the air pump. There it goes. And it's already through that upper looper. How cool is that? So I'm going to take that lever back down and just put that thread under my presser foot. Okay, we've got it all threaded. Now, one safety feature I want to talk about on Juki sergers that I've grown accustomed to and I love is when I have a door open or my presser foot is up, the machine will not run. And that's a safety feature that is really important for you. But if you're ever going, why isn't it running? You may want to check to make sure your presser foot down and your hoods are closed, so to speak. So I'm going to close this all up and I'm going to try a stitch. Now I have everything set on 4, my tensions, and I have a 2.5-inch stitch length. And let's see. Let's give it a try. I have a thread cutter up on the left-hand side of the machine. Boop. That if you hit just right works well. So let's take a look at our stitch. I have a pretty close stitch. The only thing I may want to do is, and thank you, take a look at that closer so you can see it. It's subtle, and I have a, this is messy. Let's cut these down. I think, I'll put this right up to the camera. The lower looper is slightly coming over. So I'm going to bring this to about 4.5. And I like a little longer of a stitch And let's put that waist tray back on so I don't create a mess. So let's take a look at that stitch. I think, oh, we got it. I honestly think with that longer stitch length, it did the trick because it is meeting at the top and it looks good. When I took it to 4.5, it actually, and I'm really picky, it actually pulled it over to the back a little bit. That's why I took it back down to 4. So sometimes when you're serging, you may want to check your width and length before you adjust tensions, okay? Because a lot of it gets so wrapped up in the tension. Relax, just try it and see what you like. Get the results you want, okay? I want to show you something a little different on this machine because I don't know how many people use flat lock or 2-thread sewing. I particularly love it because just last week I was making a wool jacket and I just wanted to overcast the edges and do a traditional seam. And I only had 2 cones of purple thread. It was a purple jacket. So I used the 2-thread to overcast. So what I can do is I can cut that upper looper thread, and I'm going to take it out of the machine. But if you can get close in here, cameraman, I am going to take this little built-in flat lock device, and I'll do it a couple times. All I'm doing is I'm pushing this up into the back eye of that looper, and see what it's doing. It's faking out the machine to think it's sewing 3 threads when in fact it's going to be sewing 2. So I've eliminated the upper thread. And I am going to eliminate the right needle thread as well. So let's cut that and take it out of the machine. And I am going to take out the needle. And again, these needles are standard sewing needles. I generally, for most of my sewing, stick to a 12. Sometimes, rare on occasion, when I'll put a 14. Because the speed of the machine, you'll want to stick to that range in needles. So now we have the right needle in, and we have the we have everything set to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my lower looper higher and I'm going to loosen my needle. And let's take a look at that flat lock stitch. So I'm going to close my cover. And I like to peek under the hood. Oh, that looks really good. But I think I'm going to tighten the needle just a bit. Let's see how that's looking. Looking good. All right, so if you can see this, what it's doing is my needle thread is completely loose. So I can just pull this apart for a flat seam. How cool is that? And on a woven, I love to use this for overcasting. There we go. Beautiful stitch. Very, very easy to do. So again, you have the capability of doing 4, 3, or 2 threads with this machine. And now I'm going to take that flat lock device out of my looper. And I'm just going to put the upper looper thread back in the machine so we can do a rolled edge. the important thing to me when serging is that it gets done fast and easy. So there's a clip in the back I start with when threading the MO2000, and you really can't thread it wrong because it's a channel that goes straight down. So I am just going to, again, lock my machine. So I'll bring this out so you can see that. And I'm taking some extra thread through so we can do that air threading again. It doesn't get old. It's really great. So I'm putting this back into the upper looper. That easy. So nice. So now let's go for that rolled edge. Okay, so on the machine, I am going to go to stitch number 8. I'm going to take out my stitch finger, okay, and then I am going to go to about a 6.5, and I'm going to go back to 4 on the needle. And let's try that narrow rolled hem. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my stitch length close, and I think we're all ready to go. And I'm missing that waist collector right now. There we go. Oh, look at that absolute. Can you get a close up on this? That's a beautiful stitch. So what I'm getting is I'm getting a really nice solid line of a rolled edge. But again, it's a finer one. So I'm going to take that knife back out so I can get a little bit more fabric rolling over. Let's take a look. Absolutely beautiful. Think about this. Easy gift for the holidays is a silk scarf, and you just use a fine, beautiful thread to make it awesome. What I usually do is a decorative thread in the upper looper. So now I'm just going to rethread that lower looper. And again, if you can get close to that clip in the back so they can see where I start, it's that easy to just insert that thread in there. And then I'm following the threading path for the stitch. So it makes it really easy to do. Oops. Hello. All right. So I'm going to bring that needle up. There is a line on that hand wheel for the needle threader. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line that up. I'm going to bring and put my needle into place. And thread that needle. So now I've got both needles in. All I do on the Juki Serger is push this down, and then I can take and put that needle threader in. It's one of the needle threaders you really don't have to see to use, which I love. Now I'm going to push this back out. And again, I got to get it in that right needle. There we go. I'm in the left needle this time, but you can switch back and forth from left to right needle. So now I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to put my stitch finger back in. Okay, and then let's test that stitch again. There we go. And my stitch length is the last thing I want to do. I'm going to go back on 4. I'm used to my industrial thread cutter. So that's what we're back on a 4-thread stitch. Now, many times I use a 3-thread wide stitch for fleece, for velour, things like that. So this time I'm going to take out the left needle, or I'm sorry, the right needle thread, because we've been focused on that right needle a little bit. Let's take that out. And now what I have is a 3-thread wide stitch. We'll do a couple of different fabrics. Oop. Let's rethread that needle. Quick and easy. So what again that's going to do is pull my thread right through my needle. And we should be good to go. Yep. And I didn't get it in that clip. There we go. Perfect stitch. It's meeting directly on top. And you can see where I have a little inconsistency, but that was because of the threading. So now one thing I've been sewing on in the winter, last fall and winter, was a lot of velour. And this is a beautiful velour. So the only change I'm going to make is I'm going to put it on a slightly longer stitch and see how my velour goes through. All right, so a couple of things. It looks a little sloppy because I'm gonna do a couple of things. I'm actually gonna take the differential up a bit, and I am gonna loosen the upper looper just a hair to accommodate that velour. But other than that, the stitch looks good. There we go. So I moved that differential feed up just a little between normal and 1.5. And that really made a difference in feeding. It gave me a nice stretch on my stitch. I don't need the extra needle because this give is all about the stretch. And the needle is nice and tight. So that is a really great stitch for doing fleece, sweatshirt fleece. I love French terry. So try that 3-thread left needle out. It's also nice for overcasting on bulky fabrics too. So you have 15 stitch configurations on the MO2000 QVP. It's our most popular serger, and I'll tell you why. Because the instruction book is built right in. I can go to any stitch on my serger and select it. We just did left needle. We've got narrow seams. We got flat locks, wrapped overlock. The other really nice thing this machine handles is decorative thread. Don't be afraid to put in heavier threads in your loopers, because another gift I love to do is a baby blanket. I just take about 1.25 yards of 2 different flannels, put them wrong sides together, and I love to serge around it. You can cut curves or you can keep the corners, but that is a nice receiving blanket for babies because it's a perfect size. It's a little bigger. I think when you buy them in the store, they're 36 by 36. So if you can give someone something about 40, 45, that gives them enough to swaddle that baby. So that's a great project I do all the time. But if you don't like the settings that are on, in other words, if I like my rolled edge a little bit tighter on that lower looper, I can go in and override that setting. What that means is I can customize this to me. But when you're starting out, it's so intimidating to learn all the different things about a serger. Don't be intimidated. Start with 4 different colors so you can see what thread is doing what. Those loopers meet on top. Those needles look like straight stitches, and in the back look like little dots. So it's easy. Have fun. You should be sewing instead of trying to learn how to tweak a stitch. So with the MO2000, you have the instruction book built in right on the LCD screen. It's equipped with air threading and differential feed. You won't miss a beat, especially if you're one of those that are always looking for your instruction book. The instruction book is built right in on this machine. You're going to love it. It's versatile, and it does 4, 3, and 2 thread sewing that you saw today. So I think Blaine must have some fabulous deals on the MO2000 QVP by Juki.
Well, Kelly, we've got some great deals on all the Juki today, but hey, especially the ones that you're showing. And we're going to let you get ready for that MC1600. And I'm going to tell them how they can get this to MO2000, okay?
Great. Thank you, Blaine.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, this is the Juki MO2000, and this is that QVP model. Again, you see the price on the screen, $14.99. We do have special financing. I found out this morning from Juki. You see it on the screen. It's 24 months. We're going to go up to 36 months, 0% interest for you if you need to finance this. Again, a great price, but this is a call-in special too, so you can call in and see what that call-in special is, 800-401-8151. But I want to tell you a little bit about this. Now, what's great about this? This is a 4-thread overlock, uses the 2 needles and 4 threads to securely sew together, fabrics, knitted fabrics. And it has the 3-thread overlock. The basic stitch of an overlock machine prevents fabric from fraying. And then it has that 3-thread flat lock, 3-thread narrow overlock, and then the 3-thread rolled hem. So it's really a nice machine for the price you're getting there. Automatic rolled hemming, adjustable presser foot pressure, option to deactivate that upper knife, cutting with the adjustable dial, safety feature, again, prevents you from using it if the door's open or the presser foot is up. So just some really nice things on this. And again, guys, air threading as well. This thing, the QVP 2000, what a great machine from Juki. And the price point, I mean, what a great price. And then we've got this, great special right now. And normally, I think the financing we had originally planned on this was 18 months. And Juki's come in, and now we got 36 months to at 0%, which is really could make this affordable. I mean, you're talking, I don't even know how it'd be, like maybe $50, $46 a month or something. So really, really extremely affordable. So if you are interested in this, get on the phone right now, 800-401-8151. If you're on our website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents as well on the website. They can help you place your order. Again, you can go to smplive.tv. The product is on that page. You can just click on it right there, and it'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it there. All right. So while Kelly is switching machines, I want to tell you about another great special little bundle that we have that is only available to you watching today. And it is a pretty good bundle. It's the Serger Soiree. Soiree?
Serger
Soiree. Soiree bundle. There you see it right there. Now, everyone, this is a $250 bundle. And we have it for $129. Now, what I want to tell you you're getting that black tote, like I was showing you earlier. You're getting, now here's the cool thing about it. You're going to get 24 spools of thread in this package. It's all Floriani thread. Now you're going to get 12 spools of the Floriani 12 weight polyester, and you're going to get 2 of each color. So there's only going to be 6 colors, but you're getting 2 of each spool. Then you're going to get 12 spools of the Floriani embellishment matte thread, and you're going to get 6 colors of that, 2 of each color. And then you're getting that embellishment seam ripper. You're getting that fusible thread. Now that's that iron-on fusible thread. You can see it in the little white spool up on the screen. You're getting that squeeze and sip thread snips. And then you're getting the turning tool. Now, I didn't even know what a turning tool was, but I found out what a turning tool, and y'all probably all know that, but it is to reach in when you're trying to turn something inside out.
In your corner.
Yeah, the corners. So really a neat tool. And then you're getting naturally that black Serger tote that I kind of showed you earlier in the show. So great bundle right here. And that Serger tote is big enough. You can put small Sergers in. You can put sewing machines in. You can put fabric in. You can put all your thread and notions in. It's just a great carrying case for using things. $129. What a bargain on this. So make sure if y'all are interested in something like that, get on the phone and call now. These packages are limited. So don't wait on this. If you're interested in this, get on there and order them. And by the way, all the pricing you're seeing on the show, all the way through Friday, we're going to honor all the pricing all the way through close of business on, or actually is, yeah, it's close of business on Saturday.
Yeah.
So that would be, is it 4 p.m. Saturday?
Yes.
So it's 4 p.m. Pacific time Saturday. These prices that you see on the show are going to be good for us. So you can call in or still order things, but make sure y'all get on and take advantage of all these great bargains we're going to have on the show this week. Especially if you're in the market for a Serger, now's the time to be able to see all the different Sergers we have. And if you got your eye, you have your eye on one you've been looking at for a while, this week is going to be the time to buy it because we've got some great pricing. So we're going to go back to Kelly. We've got this last Juki Serger we're going to show today. Now, this is the entry-level Serger. This is a great, great Serger, and Kelly's going to tell us all about it. So, Kelly, let's talk all about this MC1600.
Awesome. Thank you, Blaine. Now we have to finish our garments. As we know, a standard traditional serger that does 4-thread, 2-thread serging will sew your seams, finish your edges, and now we're ready to finish the garment. So that's when I come to my cover hem machine. I love this machine. And you know Juki's industrial heritage. Well, if you look at an industrial factory, there's usually a machine that does something for everything. Something puts in the pockets of those jeans, and something else will top stitch in the zipper. And this is why we keep the machines separate. This machine is a 4-thread serger that does cover hemming and chain stitching. And I love it separate because when I'm done with the garment, I just keep this set up for hemming. The jacket I have on, by the way, printed on the Rico printer, my new fabric, I actually serge this together with a 4-thread stitch, but I finish the edges with a wide cover hem. And again, I do that so people don't go, oh, did you make your jacket? They're like, wow, where did you get that jacket? Because it finishes professionally. I also actually use the chain stitch to hem this one instead of a cover stitch. But so they're very versatile. And I like it because I can go from my Juki serger to my Juki cover hem and finish a garment in a day, which is great. So when you're ready to hem and want that professional look, you want to cover hem. And again, I have 4 threads. I have 3 needles in this machine. And I have a looper, a lower looper. There's 1 and 3 needles. But don't get wiggy on this looper. First of all, I keep mine set up so that I can just go from one to another. I'm not really rethreading this at all. But if you have to, we made it easy for you to thread that lower looper. So what I can do with this lower looper is I can lower my needles and I can bring this looper all the way down so that I can thread the eye of the needle of looper and also the back and that little thread guide right here. So it's an easy cover hem machine to use. And remember, you're just finishing your garment. So what does this machine offer? First of all, it offers a chain stitch. And why a chain stitch? Why would you want it? Because on knits, it stretches. Number two, if I'm fitting somebody, I can tear this out really easy because it's a chain stitch. So if you're fitting a garment, I used to do a lot of sewing for plays, and sometimes they needed temporary seams, sometimes it was a fitting, but think about that chain stitch. It's nice for that. Then I can do a narrow cover hem, and you see this a lot on t-shirts and lingerie. It gives you a narrow two. Can you see that well? It's a 2-row thread on the top, and then what it does is it encases my hem on the back so that it's all set. I just run it through and I'm done. The other possibility is that wide cover hem. Now this is using the 2 outside needles and not the center needle, so I can get a real sporty look. And again, it's totally encasing my hem on the back. Okay. And then for decorative and nicer garments, I really like the triple cover hem. This is using all 3 needles, and you can see on the back that it's that encasing my hem. But a friend of mine makes bike shorts and will actually use this as the seam because it's strong and it stretches the fabric well. So right now I have it set up for a triple cover hem. And what I have on this machine is I have lines so that I know exactly where those needles are. And that's important because you want to encase the back of that hem when you're sewing. So generally speaking, I press my hems up, and usually about an inch, inch and a half on those hems. Okay. So to cheat, I like to look where this edge is going to land from my needles because I want that encased. So I'm going to put the folded edge to the right, and I'm just going to stick this so I can see where that left needle is. So I'm lining this up. There's a beautiful table up here with lines that I can use as a guide. So I'm just going to line this up on the second line and sew. Oops. There we go. I can adjust my speed with the electronic foot control. Now, if I were sewing in the round, in other words, if I were really doing a hem, what I generally do, like on a skirt, is I'll press it up, but I'll meet the end. What you can do is you can pull just a little excess out of that needle, so you could pull that out and then tie those threads and have a really nice looking stitch. I hope that made sense. But see how I hit that right in the beginning? It's encasing my hem and it's giving me a beautiful professional hem. So now if I want to convert, I can eliminate that needle thread, which is the green one. And I'll show you how to thread the needles because they're really easy too. Don't worry about the threading on this serger. It's easy. So now I have, and I'm just going to sew this through on top so you can see the difference. And let's get this rethreaded quick. But a cover and chain stitch machine is the perfect candidate for a serger. They're nice to have them separate so that you're not converting every time you want to do a cover hem. You're just going in and sewing. So let's get this. Very nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. So I can just cut this and we'll take a look at that stitch. You can see there's a little less thread because we have one less needle in, but that's still wide, and that is really nice. I love sewing on velour during the winter time, and that was a beautiful hem. So let's try the velour. Show you a nice hem on that. Got that folded over. And I do have differential feed and a stitch length on here. And that's important because even with a cover hem, you'll want to manipulate that feeding system for different fabrics. So in other words, if my fabric starts stretching out, I'm going to give it a little more. I'm going to give it a higher number on that differential feed. If I want it to stretch out, I'm going to go to a lower number. So let's try this velour. And I'm going to lengthen the stitch quite a bit. All right, and just bring this up. And it goes through thick and thin beautifully. Got a really nice hem on that velour. Beautiful, right? Okay, so we've tried triple, we've tried double. I am going to eliminate the left needle and let's go to a narrow cover hem. So I'm going to put that green or that middle thread back. So now you can see how it threads. I'm going to do the S-curve thread guide here and then go through my tension on the top. Yes, there's tension, but it's easy because this is 3 needle tensions. It's very easy to manipulate. So I'm going to go up through the take-up lever and then down to the needle. And I'm using the 2 on the right. And voila, we're ready to go. So now we're going to get that beautiful narrow cover hem. I'm going to save that and do it on this one so we can compare. And this is nice for dresses, and I think a little dressier of a finish because it's so nice. You can see the back as well as the front. And I think the only difference on this setting would be the stitch length, just a little bit closer on one of those. My favorite though on the cover hem is actually the chain stitch. I love that I can have a chain stitch for sewing. And what I'm going to do this time is eliminate the right needle and I'm going to use that center needle. So now I just have the center needle threaded and that looper threaded. All right, so now I can do a seam with that chain stitch. All right. So I have seam guides on the right. I use the chain stitch all the time. I'm actually a big fan of it because, and I hope I can do this on camera, that you can actually tear this out really easily. So when I'm fitting a customer, if they want something that's tightly fit, a chain stitch or the chain stitch is the way to go because look at that beautiful stitch. And it stretches. So if I pick the right end, and I did, I'm so excited, I can now, if you watch this, just like on those old bags we got at the feed store, and my camera person is saying, come up close. See how that chain stitch just comes out. So if you do alterations or want to fit something before you finish it, chain stitch is the way to go. It's really an easy thing. So we've taken our MCS 1600 cover and chain stitch from a triple hem a double wide, or narrow hem. So let's take a look at this lower looper, because I bet you that you're out there going, I don't know, that lower looper looks hard. It is not. What you want to remember on this lower looper, and let's take it out about here, but if you want me to show you the whole thing, I will. Why not? Because Jukis are built to last, and they're built to be easy to use so that you're spending most of your time sewing and not trying to figure it out. So I'm going to start at this thread guide. There's a tension in here as well that I'm going to go around. And I've got a thread guide right here. Okay. And then I'm going to come around, and don't fear, there's a map right here that I can refer to. But what I love the most is this right here. So I'm going to cut this thread a little bit on my lower looper so that I can bring it through here. Okay. Then I'm going to take the looper down. Okay. So I can take that completely out so I can thread it. Don't make it hard. If your machine's hard, you may want to think about upgrading. And if you've never had a serger before, now's the time. Okay, so this would be a good tweezer time. But what I did is just threaded the bottom of that. And then I can just thread the eye of the looper. Just like that. It's really easy. And then once I have it in place, I just push it up and go. But think about this logically. If you sew like I do, I keep my machine threaded, and if I have to change threads, sometimes I'm just pulling it through. So I rarely have to convert this machine. Now I'm back to 2 threads. So now I can just simply thread my needle threads with the S curve, go through the tension, through the take-up lever. And by the way, this machine is color coded, so I'm not guessing. I'm just going through the paths. And the paths are logical enough so that you can't really thread this machine wrong. And then just the other needle, and we can go back to a triple cover stitch. Again, I'm just doing the S, and I'm going through the tensions here. And then up through the take-up lever and down to the needle. Very easy. So think about it. If you're a beginner sewer, might I suggest you start with a serger? Or if you're teaching your children. I used to love to teach kids classes because they fear nothing. You can put them on a serger, and think about it. They can construct a t-shirt in about 15 minutes, and then they can finish it with a cover hem machine. So it's a really great way to show kids how fun sewing can be. And we have a little time left, so let me just get these needles threaded. Let's talk about the needles. The needles are standard sewing needles, so you're not having to go out and get anything special. Okay. And this is a finishing machine. This is something you're going to use to finish all those knit and woven garments you make. And they look professional. So now that I have this all threaded back up, we can go back to our triple hem. There we go. All set. That looks like a little wonky. Okay, we're good. Another thing I want to talk about is there is room for guides. There's a hem guide that works really well on this machine, and also a binding attachment. So if you want to put binding on with that chain stitch or using a cover hem, you can. It's absolutely beautiful. So now that I've got my threads all threaded, I'm just going to test the stitch. And I got a lot of thread, but we'll just trim that off. And we're back to a triple cover hem. Looks good, right? Fantastic. So if you've been thinking about a combination serger or been thinking to up your game, add a cover hem. I like the units separate simply because they're set up and I can go from one machine to the next. And what Juki will always, always offer you is a durable, heavy machine, so you're not limited to fabric weights. So if you've been thinking about this cover hem, remember, the Juki is easy to thread, easy to use, and you can go from a chain stitch, a triple cover, a double wide, or narrow. So it's a very versatile machine. And if you already have a serger you love, you may just want to add this to your repertoire because serging fun is easy. Another thing people love to do with cover hems is get out that decorative thread. Put it in that chain looper and you can make some absolutely beautiful things. A friend of mine, Linda McGehee, puts zippers in with the cover hem. So the limitation is only your creativity. So if you're excited, have been thinking about a cover hem, the Juki is the way to go because they're strong and wonderful sergers. So let's see what else we can show you on this one. We have a couple of minutes left. I can tell you that it's color-coded, easy to use. It is equipped with that differential feed because when you're hemming, you want to make sure you're not stretching out that fabric. And if you do want to stretch it out, you can do that. So you're well equipped with the cover hem. And think about this machine because I think Blaine has the best prices today and you're going to get a fantastic deal. And on our other sergers, you have some financing deals. So if you've been thinking about the Akane, the MO3000 QVP or the MO2000 QVP, now's the time. Add the Coverstitch with it, you are set to go. So think about the possibilities with a cover hem. You can do straps, you can do hemming, all the finishing you can think about with the serger is done right here with the MCS 1600. So let's check in with Blaine, see if there's any questions or if he's got a deal for you.
Well, hey, Kelly, I've got one question. I know that we sell the 1500 and the 1600. Is there any difference between those, or are they exactly the same?
They're about the same. Yes, they may come with different accessories, but virtually they're the same.
I was thinking there was different accessories or feed or something with it, but that's probably what it is. I know they're really, really close, like everything else mechanically works the same.
Correct.
Okay, awesome. All right, Kelly, well, thank you so much for coming on. It's been great. And as always, we're going to tell them how they can get this thing and the deals we got going. And I know we'll see you again real soon.
Wonderful. Thank you, Blaine.
All right, Kelly. All right, this was the MC 1600. And like Kelly said, it's going to be very, very similar, almost the exact same machine as the MC 1500. I think there's some accessory difference, but we've got a special on this one. Normal price is $649. We do have a call-in special on this. And we're going to have that 36-month 0% interest financing special available as well if you need some financing on this. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151 to speak to one of our sales agents. Also, we have our live sales chat agents on our website that can answer and take your orders, help answer questions and things as well. Again, guys, this thing is the Coverstitch chain stitch machine, and I was really impressed. I don't know if y'all were, but this chain stitch, to me, that is so cool that you can pull it out that easy just to mock up things if you're, to fitting. So I thought she did a great job with that. But guys, if y'all are interested in this, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, and we can take your order, or they can take your order on the website with the live chat agents. All right, what do y'all think so far? We had 3 sergers in the bag and in that tote bag. Hint, hint. And but hey, guess what time it is, everybody?
What time is it?
It's educational time.
Woo-hoo.
So it's challenge time. And our first challenger up today is going to be Joanne Banco, and we're going to check in with her to see how that project's going. And so y'all welcome to the show, Joanne Banco.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I see you, I hear you, and I see a Serger. I don't see you.
All right, I'm going to switch for a second here. All right.
Everybody wants to see you, Joanne.
Yeah, I know.
I know that
I've been a
you're
little under the weather the last few days.
I was
so
going to
might
say,
be
I know
just
you've been a little under
pale.
the weather. How you feeling?
I'm okay. I couldn't miss this.
Well, thank you for being a trooper and hanging in there. I know it's tough when you're sick, and when you texted me yesterday, I was like, oh no, I hope she's going to be able to make it. So thank you for being able to make it. And we watched your video this morning of your open box. I got to ask you, what was your first thought when you opened the box and saw what was inside?
What am I gonna do?
Well, it was kind of funny that, I think that the three that we have on this challenge are the perfect three, because you're so creative. And I told Kennedy when we first started talking about this, I said, there is no telling what Joanne's going to come up with. And I kind of knew, like, Candace, kind of what's in her wheelhouse. I kind of thought, okay, I was thinking she would probably not do clothing. She would probably make a bag or something, and that's what she did. And then, April Yang, we thought, that's what she does. She's like a repurposer. She goes out to thrift shops and finds clothes and, does all kinds of things with them, but she always makes some kind of wearable garment. So I was like, they're all going to, those two were kind of predictable, but you're not predictable, because I was like, there's no telling what you're going to come up with because you're so creative.
Well, and I'm not going to tell. I'm going to wait. I'm going to show you some pieces and parts. I'm going to tease. I'll show you a few techniques that I'm working on, and it really is a work in progress. So by Friday, I'll have it all together. I promise you. But and I actually do know what I'm making, but I'm not going to tell you.
Okay. So. Well, that's fair. Hey, so, and I know that each of you are using a different brand Serger. Now, you're going to be using a Brother, the Air Threader
Airflow 3000. Yes.
Okay. So, and which that was a new air threader for Brother, this past year. And so, it's been an extremely popular Serger for us. And then Candace is using a Baby Lock, and then April is using a Bernette. So we've pretty much got, a lot of the machines covered. And I thought that was kind of by accident too. It was just like, it's kind of cool that worked out that way. But we're going to let you kind of take it away and show us what you got. Then we'll come back in a little bit with you.
Very good. See you in a little bit. All right. So I thought I'd start by just showing you my pieces and parts. Just again, you saw me unbox the batch, and I looked at it and I was like, okay, there's a lot of pieces and parts here. What do we usually do when we have a project that is a little bit big? we streamline it. So I streamline a little bit. You will see every piece somewhere in the finished project, but I did streamline a little bit. So I'm going to show you my pieces and parts right now that I'm actually working on. Not to say that I might not squeeze out a few more, but the major pieces are all cut out. Again, we all know that's part of the biggest part of all of our projects. How many of you out there, I only see comments for a few minutes, but how many of you out there actually like the cutting out process? I do. I enjoy every bit of the process, but I know some people just they like to buy kits because they got everything already cut and they could just get right to the machine and start stitching. But again, I am using the Brother Airflow 3000 serger. It is a 2, 3, 4 thread serger. So that means it can sew with 2 threads, 3 threads, or 4 threads. It is what you would call a standard serger. So it's, I won't say it's basic, but it is not a combo machine. It is a serger only machine. There is no cover hem attached to it. Brother makes a separate cover hem machine, which actually I prefer, if you have the space, to have your machines separated like that, because you can have one set up for cover hem all the time and not have to switch back and forth. So that's my preference. I have a brother cover hem as well. So, but the whole key with this is that it does what I would call kind of standard serger stitches, overcasting, overlocking, rolled hem, kind of the basics. So I think that's a little bit more of a challenge when you have to create something with maybe a little bit less in your stitch repertoire. So you'll see what I end up doing. So I started out with the batik. I love the batiks, and I cut strips in all the different colors. So you will see what I make with these strips. And then I also cut some skinnier strips for another item there. And of course, I cut extras for testing pieces. You always have to have your testing pieces. I had the jeans, of course, and I had the tie-dye t-shirt. So very stretchy, and I got a great idea for what I'm going to do with that part. And then, of course, we had the jeans. So I took my jeans and I started out by slicing them right down the side seam. So they just opened out, spread out open. So I was kind of looking at a big piece of fabric that already had some stuff on it. And that's what got my wheels turning. What pieces and parts do I want to use? So I went ahead and I selected the back piece, cut it into just this nice squared off shape using my rotary cutter and my ruler. And then I took the t-shirt fabric, and since it's kind of lightweight, I went ahead and cut 2 layers of that. And I will tell you that is actually going to be my lining, but I will also tell you that this is not going to be a bag. So I know it looks like it could be a purse. No, it is not going to be a purse. Okay. And then I took the largest part of the back leg and I cut 2 strips, and I cut these 7 inches by 26 inches, 7 inches by 26 inches. And I just give you a little hint on that. It's because I had a ruler that was close to that size, and I have an idea for that. Let's see. Last but not least, I don't think I showed you these. I went ahead and took a piece of paper, laid it on top of my jean pocket, and I cut 2 more jean pockets from that fabric. I don't have a whole lot left over after all that. So I'm seeing, I can see some could be a jacket, very curious, apron. No, it's not an apron. No, it's not a skirt. Carrie, I am teasing. So let me go ahead and switch over to the machine. I have not threaded it yet because I want to show you how it's threaded with the air threading. And we'll switch over there and get some stitching done. All righty, let me get flipped over there and just give me a hey yeah in the chat if you can see that okay. I see Dee Dee's asking about instructions. I'll write up some brief instructions and put them on my website. But again, this is kind of a make it as you serge it as you go type thing. So, all right, everybody says looks good. I'm going to switch over. I won't be able to see your comments now for a few minutes. I'm going to double check one more thing real quick, just on my audio. Yep, good. Okay. Looks like I'm good. Okay, so I am working with the Maxi Lock thread, and I was really happy that I got Maxi Lock because this is really my favorite serger thread. I use this all the time. I'm going to go ahead and start putting it on the serger. And one of the reasons I like this thread so much is because it's just reasonably priced, but also a good quality. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get my loopers down into threading position. Now I've got the automatic, I'm going to go ahead and just I was doing other things here before I started today. You can see I had my tensions all changed. So a little tip on that. You always want to start out, at least with this machine, with your tensions right around 4 for every, just move this up just a little bit so that you can see it, right around 4 for all of your tension dials, and then you will adjust from there. So if we're concentrating right now on where it's going to get the air threading, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get both my upper and lower looper ready to go at the same time. And what I like to do is just bring a tail down just to about the point of where the cover is there. And then I'm going to get set up with the dial on the side and this dial here. So I'm going to flip the dial to threading here and then turn my hand wheel until it clicks. When you hear that click, you know you are good to go and ready to use these looper threaders. So I'm just going to tuck that tail in a little bit. Again, I've kind of made a loop going down to where the casing is, where the open door is. I'm going to tuck that in there. Do the same thing with my second one. And once I get these threaded, I'll tell you a little bit more about the color mixture here. We're just going to get that tail in there and then press the button. Oops, that one dropped out. Oh, all right. That is because your fingers get a little bit twisted up. So let me get that. And do you see the static? It's I was in a class the other day and we had such bad static that the thread was literally standing out like an L shape. So let's see if I can conquer that static there and give it another try. All right, I got the one in and the other one, just give it a little more chance there. Lower looper is threaded. Let's get the upper looper in there. Usually I can do these both at one time, but again, sometimes with that thread flopping around a little bit, it just wants to fly in a different direction. And we all know the saying, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Oh, I know why. It's okay. My fault. It actually did thread, but I had my 2-thread converter in there from the last thing I was doing. So good to know. It'll actually, it still goes through. It's just that it couldn't go all the way through because my 2-thread converter was here. So let me just explain what that is. See this little gadget here? When I flip that down and I lock that into place, I can thread this machine just using one needle and the lower looper, and it'll sew with just those 2 threads. So that's ideal for rolled hems. It's also great when you're just doing an edge finish and you don't want to have a lot of bulk. So right now I'm just working with 3 threads. Let me get that underneath there and get that needle threaded now. So my needle, I'm using my left needle. Go ahead, only thread that very, very similar to the way you thread a sewing machine. I'm going to go into the slot there, up into the groove here, give it a cut and a smack down with that. And again, we got to do that timing just right. Well, let me see here. What needle? You know what? That's my bad. I have the right needle in because I was doing a rolled hem. So, all right, we'll give that another go. There we go. So it does thread the needle very quickly and very easily. You just need to make sure you are on right for the right needle and left for the left needle. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a little test whirl. Okay. And I just go back to regular stitching there. And I've got everything pretty much automatic setting here. And let's give it a whirl. Okay, so I'm doing a rolled hem right now. That's what I have it set up for. So I'll explain that just a little bit more. Get this extra little tail out of there. Okay, and you can see it actually makes a beautiful, beautiful chain. So you can put decorative thread in here, and you can run decorative thread and make loops, make chain, make cording. I love to do that, but since I'm pretty much sticking to serger stitching today, I won't do that. But maybe in a future show we can do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take just my little tiny strips, and I want to make a loop, but I don't want to have to turn that right side out. So by using my rolled hem, get that underneath there. Remember, when you use a rolled hem, you always want to trim a little bit if at all possible, because the distance from where the blade is and on the bottom and where the blade is on the top and where it's cutting, we can start that at 5, and we can always increase that if we want to. But that cutting width dial, let me explain that just a little bit further. I'll pop this open so that you can see. When you change this cutting width dial, it moves the blade closer to the needle or further away. And when it moves it further away, it means that it's going to allow more fabric inside that stitch. So the closer it is to the needle, the skinnier the stitch is, the further away it is from the needle, the wider the stitch is. And what that means is it's going to leave more fabric in the stitch or take more fabric out. So sometimes we use that as an adjustment just to give us a little bit of wider or narrower stitch, but we also use it to accommodate our fabrics. And sometimes our fabric will stretch a little as it's going through. Yes, we have differential feed for that, but the other way to counteract that is to create a little bit more fabric inside the stitch, and we do that by moving the blade away from the needle. In contrast, if we need to cut a little bit more off, we move that blade closer to the needle. So let me get this closed back up. And again, I just want to create these skinny little strips. You will see what I use them for by Friday. Again, I'm teasing you, but I don't want to have to turn this right side out. So, and I am using whatever thread came on the with my kit, but you might want to, if you're doing this for something you want to make, you may want to do that so that you're actually have a little bit better coloration. So it is a little skinny, so I got to get it to start. And a good way to do that is to get that underneath the foot, and then again trim that off. Another little tip for you is, if you watch right where this little bar is here, that's just slightly extended from the cutting position. So that's pretty much, if I align this little bar up on the foot with the raw edge of my fabric, it gives me, about a 1/16 of an inch. It gives me a nice clean finish with that. So now that I got that started, should be good to go. And then another thing that you may want to consider is, when you're doing something like this, that you've got maybe a beginning and an ending that is not as perfect as you like it to be, as you can see with this, always cut your pieces a little bit longer. So I'm going to go ahead and slice that off. I'm going to slice that at an angle. I'm going to slice this one at an angle. And these are going to be little special ties. A little extra thread got caught in there. Let me clip that. So I'm going to take this, I'm just going to wrap it around my finger, and there we go. I've got 2 little ties. By cutting that a little bit on the angle, it's going to keep that from raveling, and I can use this in my project. All right, I bet you're wondering what in the world I'm going to use that for. Okay, so now I'm going to switch over. I want to do some gathering. So I'm going to go ahead and you're going to see me go through all of the process for switching here. I'm going to, oh, and I did, you know, crazy thing, I didn't actually adjust my tension for a rolled hem, and it was pretty close. I just needed to go a little bit tighter on my lower looper. So I'll do better on the for the real ones that I'm making here. All right, so I just want to switch this now to a regular 3-thread wide. So I'm gonna leave that thread there, but I'm going to end up moving this over. So let me loosen my needle here. Hang on to your needle when you're getting it back into the next position. And when you do loosen those screws, make sure that you don't loosen them so much that the screw falls out. Had that happen in class the other day as well. And when you loosen a screw to take a needle out, you can, you know, leave it a little bit loose. Like what I mean is when I'm loosening this one, if I was going to put a needle in there or take a needle out of there, when I go to leave that hole open, I'm not going to turn that screw back in tight. If you do that, there's a sharp area on the back of the screw that could grind into there. So just leave your screws just loosen just a little bit. But remember, never loosen them so much that you're actually taking them out of the machine, because they're very tiny. And if they drop, they don't get found very easily. So you don't want that to happen. All right, so now I've got it on the left-hand side. I'm going to go ahead and switch to left threading. We want to get into threading position there, behind that guide, right up into there. Lower my presser foot, and boom, my needle is threaded. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is change to my regular width here. So I've got that set there, and I'm going to go just a little longer on the length and back into stitching. All right, and what I want to do is I want to test my stitch for my denim. I want to see what my 3-thread wide is going to look like. And I want to show you a little bit of what happens, when you blend your threads a little bit. All right, I've got a little extra thread there. Let's see what's going on. All right, so I've got a nice balanced stitch on the bottom there, but my, I think that's just a tail. I have a tail that seems to want to stay inside there. So that is just dragging along from my last stitch. Let's get that out of there. All right, so I've got a nice balanced stitch there, and that's what I'm going to use to do gathering. So gathering on the machine, get this. I could see why I got that extra tail. My needle thread got twisted around there, so it's amazing that it's still stitched. But let's get that re-threaded again. And again, I love the fact that the threading is so easy when all I do is follow the directions with that lever in the right spot, my wheel in the right spot, and there we go. All right. So again, another little cautionary tale here. Always make sure your needle thread is in the front of the needle, goes directly from front to back. Believe it or not, mine was looped around there and it still formed a stitch. So how amazing is that? Back to there. but I still had a perfectly balanced stitch. So I want to try this now on my cotton piece, because what I want to do is I want to do a little gathering here. And no, I'm not going to gather denim. Just wanted to see how my stitch looked on there. I'm going to gather batik. Now, I'd love to know in the chat how many of you love batik as much as I do, because I really, really love batiks. They say that batiks are basically like having two right sides. All right, and I did also forget one other thing. That's what happens when you're not up to par. I didn't set my rolled hem back to the standard position. So this position is for rolled hem. This position is for regular stitching. So you're going to see on this fabric, I have half of a rolled hem, and then now I have my regular stitching. And I'm going to go ahead and gather the rest of this piece. So how do we get maximum gathers on the serger? Well, we start by increasing our stitch length to the longest length possible. So I'm going up to 4 on this machine. And then our differential feed, which I'll move over so that you can see my dials here. Stitch length on 4, differential feed on the highest number possible. And then last but not least, we are going to increase our needle tensions. And I always start at about 7. We can always go more than there. The more, the better. The tighter your needle tensions are, the more gathering you are going to get. Then last but not least, when we do gathering, if we hold our finger just slightly behind the machine when we're stitching, we're going to get extra fabric pushed in, and we're going to get extra gathering there. So look at that. That is a very tight gather. Very, very nice. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to gather my little strips here. Straighten out my camera just a little bit. Oh, my camera fell right off of the stand. And that's never happened before, but hey, anything and everything can happen when you're live, right? That tighten back up. All right. I don't think that's going to hold. I'll probably need to fix that. So let me go ahead and if somebody there wants to take over for just a minute while I get this camera fixed, I'm going to go ahead and take myself off for just a minute. So hopefully maybe you can swap some ideas here yourselves. I'm going to go ahead and just switch this over to my other camera while I get this fixed. So hang on, everybody. Let me get this fixed. And in the meantime, I'd love to know how many of you also love batiks, and if you are worried about the right and wrong side when you use them, because I have never really bothered with that. Most of them look so pretty on both sides that it's not an issue. All right, I think I'm almost there. I think I'm tightened back down there now. Give me just 1 second. All right, switching back over here. Hey again. One of those days. Okay, so I want to gather this strip, and I will give you one little hint. I'm going to make rosettes out of this. So I cut this 4 inches wide by 18 inches long. And let's talk just again for a minute about right and wrong side. If you have to look at it more than about 5 seconds, I would say it doesn't matter. but usually it looks a little richer on the right side. So I want to fold this right sides together. I'm going to take the corner and I'm going to fold it down because I want that raw edge to be hidden, and I don't want to have to make that into a seam. So I'm going to get that underneath my presser foot. Check my time here real quick. All right, we're almost done for today. And again, I'm going to do the same process there. I'm going to get that gathered up. And when I get to the other end, and you don't have to worry about it being too even because it's going to be all crinkled up when you're finished. When I get to this end, I'm going to fold that corner again. And for this one, I do promise I'll do a little tutorial for you so that you can repeat these. And then if it starts getting bunched up in the back, just remember to let it loose all the way down at that end. Always leave long tails when you do gathering. So if need be, you can lessen those gathers, but it's always easier to take gathers away than it is to add gathers in. But look at that. That's a beautiful, beautiful gathered strip. So what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to scrunch that up into a little rosette. Nobody, Kennedy said there weren't really any rules, so nobody said that I couldn't do a little hand stitching. I will do a little hand stitching with that, and I will have a beautiful little rose to add to my surprise project. All right, I'm coming back to the regular camera. See if you got any comments or questions for me. So far, so good. Anybody guessing what I'm making? I should send a prize out if anybody actually guesses before Friday.
I've got it. I know exactly what you're doing.
Ooh, well, Brian, you've got a great mind, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're right.
You're making a camping tent.
Oh.
You have the jean pockets for storage inside your tent.
Well, you used a keyword, storage.
Yeah, I saw some pretty good guesses in the chat too. So I'm not going to say what some of them were because one of them I kind of almost agree with what they said. I thought it was a great guess. So it may be it. We'll have to see, won't we?
I got to go back and read them. But my goal too with this was to I know I'm not on for 2 hours, but to kind of get it done in total in 2 hours. So when I come back on Friday, I'll have the pieces done from this. I'll have a few more to sew together, and I will finish it on Friday.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks, Joanne. As always, it's awesome to see you, and this is a lot of fun. And we're gonna watch Candace now and kind of see what she's kind of doing.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
You,
Thanks for
we'll
asking.
See you on Friday.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. So, I hope you are enjoying this. We had talked about doing different things, and I was like, I come up with this idea of having a challenge, and we were trying to figure out, how we could make it work. And the Serger event, it worked out perfect for that. Because I was like, man, if we could just come up with having a Serger challenge. And I think we actually started talking about it on one of our shows, didn't we, Kennedy?
Yeah, I think as a joke. And then I was like, wait, what if I actually go to the thrift store?
Yeah. So
I don't know. Somebody was commenting earlier asking who came up with the idea. And it wasn't really like an idea. It just kind of happened as it went. Like he had mentioned a challenge at first, and then
I think it developed. Yeah, it kind of.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it kind of came up from the other little challenge I was working on.
Oh, right. Yes.
So you remember the other challenge?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So we had another challenge thing that we were working on, we were doing. So that kind of derived from that. So it's kind of how this came about. So, all right. So y'all ready to see Candace? So let's go to Candace and see what she's got cooking.
Hey, everybody. Hi, Blaine. So I'm here talking about this machine. The Triumph is what I'm going to be using today. This is a baby lock combination serger and cover stitch machine. So this was an interesting challenge. You saw that I opened the box and I was surprised. I had no idea what was going to be in there. So I'm going to show you my finished project and then a couple things I did to construct it. So this is my bag. So it's got this cute little pocket. It's got my own, I kind of created my own fabric. So that's the idea today, is showing you how to create your own fabric. And it's not exactly the same on both sides, because why does it need to be? I just wanted to play around. So it is lined with some of the fabric I got. I kind of did some fun stuff in there and a few different stitches. So this is a technique that you can do on a cover stitch machine, not a serger. It's got to be on a cover stitch because I'm working on the top of the fabric. The other thing is you have to have a big machine. So if you want to go back to the other camera, this space right here on the right side of the machine has to be big enough for me to do fabric and stitch in the middle of my fabric. Most cover stitch machines have, you know, this much space, and you can't do a project like this on a little tiny machine. You've got to have a really big machine. So I'm going to show you how to do this technique, a triple stitch, a double stitch, and a chain stitch. And really, that can be creating your own fabric. I'll also show you on here, I did what was called a stack stitch, which means this is a double stitch with a chain stitch on top of it. So not only can you do something like this, but you can stack your stitches. And Gail Yellen showed that. She's got a video on that, and really neat technique. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is convert my serger to a cover stitch. Again, this is two machines in one. This is not just one machine, it's two. It's a really great thing to have a machine like this if you are wanting to do specialty stitches. But a lot of people don't have the space for two separate machines, you know, to have a separate cover stitch and a serger. Now, of course, at home I have two. I have this machine and a separate machine, but that's because I serge a lot. If you just need one machine that you will never grow out of, this is it. Not only does it have two machines, but there's up to 29 feet and guides that will come with this machine, as well as some really cool tutorials and books and all kinds of things. So let's convert this. So first thing I'm going to do is take off my knife cover, and I need to use the table. So this is the table that will be attached, and this creates a work area so I can do my top stitching or cover stitching. I'm going to lock my upper looper and turn my hand wheel till that locks. I'm going to lock my blade, and everything is right here, super accessible. And then I need to move my needles. I'm going to pop my foot down just so I have lots of room to move my needles. So I have 2 needles back here for my overlock and 3 needles for my cover stitch. So I am going to do, actually I'm going to start with a chain stitch. That's just 1 needle. So I'm going to put my chain stitch in the center, and I'll keep my needles in my little bin on the side of my machine. That's also another handy feature. The neat thing about the baby lock is, I don't think you can see it, I don't know how close we can get, but there's these little holes right here where I can see the top of my needle and make sure my needle's in all the way. Because a serger will still work even if the needles aren't in all the way. So let's see if we can do that. Another great thing with this serger is you will never lose the screws. So we're going to try to get a little bit closer view. Let me move this bad boy closer to me. There we go. So I've got this in my cover needle number 2. So I have 3 here for my cover stitch and 2 back here for my overlock. And like I said, there's an extra security plate on here, so I will never lose my screws. Some machines, you can lose your screws, which is really, really bad. So I like that feature they have added. So I'm gonna put my wrench away. Actually, I'm gonna leave it out. There we go. So I have everything ready, and I'm going to thread. Now, because I'm gonna use a decorative thread, I'm gonna use what's known as like a woolly nylon, or this is called snazzy lock. You can see it's not going to blow through. Probably not. This is an air threader. And all I need to do is put it in threading, turn the hand wheel, I lock the tubes, and I can use the air threading technology on this machine. However, this will probably not blow through, so we are going to use a thread cradle. So I thread with tweezers just because it's my thing. So the great thing about this, and I'll show you guys in a minute, is you get a handy dandy threading guide. Makes it really easy to thread. So my foot's up, just like on a sewing machine, you need your presser foot up. There are tension discs in here. They need to be open when you thread here and here. But you can see that this is probably not going to blow through, but let's give it a try, just for the heck of it. Oh, hey. It did, sort of. It comes out in this hole right here, but doesn't look like it went through all the way. Yay, it blew through. Awesome. So the thread actually comes out right here on the chain, but we're going to leave it in there. This is for any kind of chain work. I'm going to leave that just tucked right in there. So that was kind of great that blew through. I will show you how to thread if it does not blow through. Okay, fantastic. That was easy. Now I'm going to put my table on. And I'm going to keep this in threading mode, and I'm going to thread my needles. Now my needles I'm going to thread with standard thread. So I'll use one needle, so I only need one thread. So the magic with this machine is it has air threading needles. How great is that? So let me thread it real quick and I'll show you. Oops. So I'm putting that down the center. Now this has, again, I can sit here and try to thread it, or it has air threading technology. This is the only machine on the market I know of that has air threading needles. So if your eyes aren't so great, or sometimes it's a pain to thread, all you do is hit this button. It says chain, and it's threaded. Did you see that? Wasn't that cool? That is so great, because sometimes I'll sit there and struggle with my thread and I'm like, hey, you got air threading. Just thread it with the air port. Okay, so a little bit too much thread here. I always put my threads on the right side. All right, so I have red on red. Let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to put it back in serging mode, and I need to make sure I have all my settings correct. So this machine comes with a guide. Absolutely love this guide. Best invention ever. And I'm doing chain stitch. I'm doing a center needle. So my stitch length is down here. I'm going to put it on 4. My needle tension is here. It's between 4 to 6. My looper tension should be about 2 to 3. And the rest of it, I'm on overlock, I'm not on wave. This is your pressure. I'm going to put that just on standard. And let's see what this looks like. I'm going to use a piece of denim just so this will show up. And let's take a look. Another great thing with this machine is it has a speed control. Some of us like to drive really fast and we hit the gas and the machine just goes. So what's really nice is I can slow the machine down. Now, I'm sewing on the wrong side of the fabric. The reason is that the chain shows up on the opposite side. So I don't know if you can see that. It's a really neat stitch. This looks like a sewing machine stitch, just a standard stitch. And this is a chain stitch, really neat looking stitch. It looks even better with a thicker thread. What's great with sergers is you can use all this decorative thread that you cannot use in your sewing machines. This is, you can use a 12 weight, an 8 weight, a 20 weight, all these really neat threads. You can almost use yarn, all kinds of decorative work in your loopers, okay? So I love that. You can see that I can also sew, I don't have to have fabric under there. So another really cool thing about this is I can do kind of free motion sewing. You're like, what? Well, what if I wanted to quilt with this stitch? Because I have this big long table, now I notice one thing when I'm doing that. I don't have a big range of motion, and the reason is because this foot is so big. So let's pop off and use a different foot. So I'm going to use the chain foot. This is actually, comes with the machine. It's your chain cover stitch foot. These pop on just like sewing feet with the bar. Just pops off, maybe. And feet don't go on in the front. You got a bar in the way, so we put them on to from the side. All right, let's try that again. But that's kind of looking cool, right? So this is a neat way to quilt with your serger. You can see I have a lot more movability. I can slow my machine down. I can stop, lift up my fabric, and just play. So this, I was going to do this on this project, but I ended up just doing a grid. Okay, so there you go, kind of cool. So how do you make something like this? So this is a triple stitch. So I'm going to put 3 needles and 4 threads, a looper thread and 3 needles. And I'm going to do a triple stitch. So let's do that. So I need to put some needles in here. And sergers use regular sewing needles. You don't have to buy special needles. But there are needles for sergers known as ELX 705. And those are really great for cover stitching. They have a groove specially designed for sergers so they don't skip stitches. But I'm using a top stitch needle because I am going to change and use some heavier thread in my actual needle. So I'm going to put my needle there. And this is so easy to put your needles in. It's just like a sewing machine. It's right up here on the front. Very easy to work with. Although I do it so much, I do have it down to a science. This is known as a straight needle penetration, meaning these are not slanted. On some machines, you will see the needles are slanted. This one is not. So the feeding system is unique for Baby Lock and really effective. So the other thing I'm going to do is change my foot. This is an open toe foot, and this is exclusive to the Baby Lock line. And one of my favorite feet for chain stitching, cover stitching. And the reason is because it's got these red lines. I don't know, can we see the red lines? Every one of those lines is where a needle will hit. And it's got this opening right here so I can see what's going on. I can see things happening. It's also got a slit right here. And that is if I want to do elastic or ribbons, I can put them through that section right there, that slot. All right, so let's give this a try. Okay, what do I need to change? I added some needles and I'm doing a triple cover stitch. So the only thing I need to adjust is my tension on my loopers. That's right here. I'm going to take that down to between a 0 and a 1. And a lot of that has to do with the thread you're using. It has to do with the fabric and thread. You know, all these things make a difference. So what I'm going to do is draw on here. So maybe we'll go to the other camera. I guess I didn't grab a ruler, but I'll draw as straight as I can. So I'm just going to draw some grids. Oh, this is some pretty bad grids here. But this gives me a general idea. And I'm drawing on the back of my fabric, not on the front. I'm drawing on the back. So nobody's going to see it but me, right? So it doesn't matter what it looks like. So I'm going to draw grid lines. And that's where I'm going to put my center needle to help me line this up. However, let's test our stitch. We always test our stitch before we start sewing. Remember, I changed my tension, so let's see how it looks. Oh, I have to thread it. Hello. See, this is why you test your stitch. You're like, wait, I'm missing thread. So let's put some other thread in here. And I might have to grab another thread real quick. So what's nice about this is that it threads just like a sewing machine, right? When we're doing cover stitch, you know, people are like, well, why do I need a serger? I have a twin needle, a triple needle on a sewing machine. Yeah, you do. However, sergers are meant for knits. And it's, you know, hard to get a perfect stitch on a knit with a hem. It just doesn't work out well. So I recommend a serger. There we go. I was like, it needs to be the same color. You can see how prepared I am. Now, I'm not using my air threader because it's so easy to thread these, and I've been doing it for so long. Also, this is a top stitch needle, so it's got a really big eye. It's not like a little tiny needle. You could use a denim needle. You could use a sharp needle. If I'm sewing with knits, I'm going to use a ball needle or a jersey needle. So your needles depend on your fabric, just like in sewing. Okay, let's test this stitch and see how it looks. Look at that, beautiful stitch almost every time. I'm going to adjust it just a little bit. I've got a tiny bit of pulling. But the great thing with this machine is it doesn't matter what order you thread in. You know, the machine just works great every time. Hey, that looks pretty good. Let's give it a shot. All right, so I see my grids, my beautifully perfect grids, and I'm going to line that up with that open toe foot because I have those big red lines so I can really see where my stitch is going. Now, cover stitch, there's no way to back tack on these, so we want to leave tails. And there's a few different ways to deal with the tails, but you always leave those tails when you're sewing, okay, until you're ready to be done. But see how much room is over here? You can't do that with a little machine that only has this much space. I've got to have this big, huge space to sew in the middle of my fabric or in the middle of my project. And then I'm going to turn it around and do one more. Now you can decide what you want your grid to look like. I mean, this is a little argyle-y, you know, one side's a little more argyle, I guess, this one. And then this one is a little more free flow where I've got triple stitch, chain stitch, double stitch. So totally up to you what you want to do. Burberry, that's right. I don't need to buy fabric. I'm making my own fabric. So you can already see it coming together. You could do it like every inch, every 2 inches. You could do it with the same color of fabric, and it would just be like a texture, and not even a color, but like a texture. I think that would look really neat. So there you go. It's coming along. So I'm like, maybe I want one here. Now, normally, if I was doing this like I did on here, you know, this is spaced out perfectly because I drew the lines. You know, I'm not doing that right now. we're free flowing here, right? We're just kind of winging it. So doesn't that look great? I really like the way this looks. So I've done a couple other projects where we use this technique. So this is a bag pattern from Gail Yellen, another shout out to her, where we kind of created our own fabric, right? By using different threads, double stitch, triple stitch, chain stitch, right? Some are shiny, some are variegated. I love variegated threads. Love how that one turned out. So again, this is a technique you can only do with a cover stitch machine. Okay, so let's work on my sash for my project. I'm going to finish off with a sash, and I'm gonna just do free flowing chain stitch in the same color as the fabric. Again, that way it's just gonna kind of be more like a texture rather than, you know, a feature, I guess. Okay, so I always sew out my threads. You never pull them out, just sew them out. And then you should always, must always remove your needles. We had a customer come in one time many, many years ago, and they were really frustrated that they couldn't get a good rolled hem. And I'm like, but you have 2 needles. They're like, well, I'm not using it. I'm like, well, the machine doesn't know that. So take out your needles if you're not using them, okay? So this is for my project. This is to finish off my project. I'm going to do a little bit of a free-flowing chain stitch, okay? And I'll finish that up. So, were there any questions?
All right. What did y'all think about Candace's project? It's pretty cool, isn't it? So, what'd you think, Kennedy?
I loved it. I was there with her when she was going over all of her techniques, and when she pulled out that bag, I was like, "What? You did that on a serger? How did you even do that?
I know.
This is unbelievable."
It almost looks like it was quilted, you know, the way she did the serging on it. So yeah, so that just kind of shows y'all the creativity you can do with just using a serger. I mean, it's pretty awesome. So, but all right, well, we're glad that Candace was part of this, and she'll be back again on Friday along with Joanne. And then we'll get to see what Joanne's going to show us. Mm-hmm. And then tomorrow, it's all going to be April Yang. April's going to be coming on, and she'll be showing kind of what she's doing. Kind of anxious to see what she's going to do, because I'm thinking it's going to be some sort of clothing, something that she's going to make. So, but guys, we're going to continue on with the show. We got some more sergers coming up. Hey, and we have Megan Friese from Bernina coming up next. Now, Megan, she grew up on a small farm in Plymouth, Nebraska, where her love for sewing began at an age of 5 years old. Megan's mother and grandmother taught her how to sew and encouraged her to practice her new skills by joining 4-H and creating garments, quilts, and crafts to be judged at the county fair. She stuck with it for 12 years, and now she is at Bernina, and we've had her on our show many times. So y'all, welcome back to the show, Megan. Hey, Megan.
Hi, Blaine. How are you?
I am fantastic. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I know it's great to be back.
So happy you're involved in this with us today. And I know you're going to kind of go over several different type of machines. And what are you going to do first? Which ones?
I'm going to do the 68 first, and we're going to do overlock stitches.
Overlock stitches. Okay. So I know we're going to talk a little bit about overlock and serging and all this. So we're going to let you take it away. And then when you get finished with that, come back to me. I'll tell them how to get it, and then we'll go back to you for the second session.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Well, let's dive in, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Like Blaine said, my name is Megan Friese. I'm an educator here at Bernina of America. So we're in sunny Chicago right now. I'm so excited to be joining you virtually to talk a little bit about some of our Bernette, sergers, and overlockers, cover stitch, and chain stitch machines. We have a lot to talk about today. I'm so excited to dive in. I really want to focus today's presentation a little bit more towards the crafter. You know, we're all sewists at heart, but we're all crafters at heart too. So I want to talk a little bit about how the Bernette sergers can really help cater to your crafting and to the projects that you want to do. The first machine that I'm going to talk about, and I'll kind of throw the others in the mix as well, is the Bernette 68 airlock serger. That airlock means that this machine does have air threading. If you're looking for a durable machine that's going to be a workhorse for you, but it's also super easy to adjust and to make all the stitches your own, this is definitely the machine for you. The ability to change the settings is so simple, but it also comes really prepared for you with your stitch card and everything to help you get set up for stitches right away so you can dive into the sewing that you want to do. Let's first talk about the outside of the machine and just some of the key features that jump out to you right away. You might be thinking this looks a lot like a sewing machine. That's definitely true. You know, at first glance, it does come across looking like a sewing machine. And I think that's because of all of the space that this machine gives you. To the right of the needles here, we have about 5 inches of space. We are set up in overlock mode, so you'll notice that we have that overlock insert in there. That's going to protect your fingers from trimming off any fabrics or anything like that. So you have 5 inches here. That's a ton of room to get a ton of projects and a ton of fabric through. On the other side, you have this huge work table, and this does come standard with machine. I'll just take it off and show you here. Here's the size of that work table. This is going to hold so much fabric, so much of your projects. So much for your projects. It's really easy to slide on and off, but when you do take it off, you actually can expose the free arm here as well. If you're doing anything in the round, if you're a garment sewist, or if you're finishing off a cuff or the edge of a bag, and you need that rounded piece, you do have the built-in free arm on this machine. Now, this is also available on the Bernette 64 and the Bernette 62, the B62. Those are also airlock machines. So they have the air threading, which we'll get into in just a second. But you can see all of the space that these machines offer, all of the space that these machines offer for you. In your sewing area here, you'll notice that you have a really bright lit up workspace. You can kind of see at that other angle that we're showing just how bright it is and just how much visibility of your projects that you're going to have. While we're also, oh, those are also LED lights I forgot to mention. You can also see from this angle, we have these color-coded dials. Those dials and those colors actually run throughout the machine. That is our threading paths. So those are all brightly illuminated and colored for you. So you're going to be able to see exactly where you're threading each and every time. It's going to give you a really good chance to practice your serging and also to practice rethreading a couple of times. I know that's always an intimidating task. Once you get a serger threaded, it stays with that color until your spools run out. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do the daunting task and cut my threads, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to rethread this machine. I'm going to just cut my loopers to start with. So those looper threads are, you know, on some machines it gets a little tricky. You're not always sure of which path to go to. It's not always clear. On this machine, we don't have that problem at all. I'm going to remove my cutoff spin. This is really nice, holds all of your scraps inside. And when I lower the front cover, you'll notice that I have all of my tools needed for rethreading or changing my needles right inside. Isn't that an awesome feature? I don't have to go hunt down my tools. That's something I really love. I know I'm switching stitches a lot, and I don't want to have to be looking around my sewing room because, you know, the last thing I have to worry about is how clean my sewing room is. That's never going to happen. So let's go ahead and activate the air threading. It is so simple on this machine. We're going to turn this knob to the left. And then when I turn my hand wheel, you'll notice that my air threading pipes actually lock into place. So I have a direct connection now. My looper nozzles are closed. When I press and hold this button right on the inside cover, kind of hear that noise, that is my air threading. So simple. Let's go ahead and thread. Because these are loopers and they all have their own color-coded paths, I can thread in any order, which is such a bonus. I know on some of my machines that I still have, it's a very specific order you have to go in. But with the Bernette 68, I don't have to do that. Let me make sure my hands aren't in the camera. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and put the thread in my lower looper nozzle, in the red nozzle here, and make sure I do have about 20-ish inches probably here so that I can make sure it clears through the paths. I'm going to press and hold the air threading button, and you see here how it just takes that thread. Oh, it's already there. You'll see how it just takes that thread and it appears right there for me. Quick, simple, efficient. I can go ahead and change all the colors of my threads depending on my project. I don't have to just stick with neutral threads anymore so that I can avoid threading. Let's go ahead and do the upper looper as well. That is the blue path. Same thing. I'm going to go ahead and insert that thread into the nozzle, and we're threaded just like that. Now, I prefer to tuck all of my threads under the presser foot. I love on this machine that my presser foot can go up and down with the foot raised. It gives me a lot of clearance here. Before I close my cover, you'll notice that if you forget or don't shut off the air threading, that front cover is not going to close. It's an amazing security feature for you that you always can remember. I need to deactivate my air threading, and then my front cover will close just fine. Reattach my cutoff spin. I also love on the serger that I can just start sewing, and I can make sure that my stitching is going to look good before I even take it to fabric. Get that stitch going. Perfect. I have a beautiful thread chain there, and I can just cut it right on the thread cutter on the side of the machine. I'm all set up to sew. My needle, I am going to leave my needle threaded just for now. We can talk about rethreading the needle later on. But with the needle, I do still have those color-coded paths. So I'm using the left needle right now. I want a little bit wider of a stitch. So I have the yellow paths that go all the way around the machine, and it really calls attention to that so that I'm not missing any steps in the threading process. All right, my machine is all set up now. I do have this set up for a 3-thread overlock stitch. This is a wide stitch. Using the left needle means it's going to be a wider stitch. Using the right needle means it's going to be a more narrow stitch. I'm sure all of your amazing presenters are going to cover that throughout their series, but I love being able to share a little bit of information on that. Like I said, this machine does come with a wonderful stitch card. On this stitch card, it gives you all of the kind of default settings for the stitch that you want to select and that you want to set up for. These are just defaults. You have unlimited creativity with these Bernette overlockers. You can change the settings as you see fit and as you want your project to look. On this machine, you do have 31 different stitches. We threaded the machine with 3 threads. Because we are in overlock mode, we can use anywhere from 2 to 4 threads. But this machine actually, the B68, is a combination machine, meaning that we can do overlock stitches as well as cover stitches in the chain stitch and a 5-thread safety seam. So that combines an overlock stitch, which is what we're set up for now, and the chain stitch, which is what we're going to get to a little bit later on. So 31 different stitches. We're set up for that wide stitch right now. Let's go ahead and go overhead so I can show you just kind of what we're talking about with this stitch. It's a pretty common stitch. You've probably seen it before. It's nothing really new. Most of your machines, if you threaded it once and you haven't changed it, it's set up for a 4-thread overlock stitch. It's going to be a little bit wider than what I have here on the edge of my quilt top. A 4-thread stitch, the more threads you have, the more security you're going to have in your seam. So more thread, more security, but the stitch is a little bit less flexible, okay? That's why we love sergers, because we can sew with just 2 threads and it's a really secure stitch, yet it's more flexible, fewer threads. This stitch that we're set up for is a great edge stitch finish, but it is also really great for construction seaming. So you can see on my inside seams here, I have a 3-thread stitch as well. We're going to talk about both today, how we can use this stitch not only for decoration, but it's going to be amazing and perfect for construction. The first block, so I said I'm going to kind of tailor this to the quilters a little bit today. I'm really excited about that. I have this table runner that I put together, and we're going to kind of go through all the stitches on here. The first one I want to go through is actually this bow tie block. It features that 3-thread stitch. When it's in the left needle position, you actually get a beautiful 1/4-inch seam allowance, perfect for my quilters. I'm going to attempt to sew live. We'll see how it goes. But I'm really excited to make this bow tie block for you. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. I have my blocks pre-cut here. So the first step, I have 2 blocks sandwiching a folded piece in the middle here. Pretty standard setup. I'm going to go ahead now and serge this side, and you'll see just how easy it is to serge that. It's going to be fast and quick. This machine does have 1,300 stitches per minute, so it's going to help you get your projects done fast and get you moving on to the next one even quicker. There we go. That cutoff's been coming in handy. I am just trimming off my fabric edges, any fraying edges, so that I get a nice clean overlock stitch on the edge, and that's going to help encase all of my stitching. Cut off the thread on the side there. You can see my beautiful stitch. If you want to make that stitch width wider, it's very easy to just adjust the cutting width right here. Your cutting width is going to equal your stitch width. So right now I have it at 6 millimeters, approximately 1/4 of an inch there. If I wanted it a little more narrow, I can go all the way down to 3 millimeters. And then if I wanted it wider, I can go up to 7 millimeters on this machine. I can get a really nice wide stitch. So we'll come back overhead here. I'm going to trim my thread tails. The beautiful part about piecing and quilting with an overlocker is that all of your fabric edges are going to be encased. You're not going to have any raw edges showing. I love that too when I go to quilt because then I can be sure that I don't have any spare strings underneath and I'm not going to see any showing through as I'm quilting over my project. It's such a beautiful, clean finish when you piece with an overlocker. I'm so excited about it. Obviously, I'd tell you to press this, you know, using an iron, but I don't want to have to waste time not serging. So I'm just going to give this a good finger press and then roll it out here to make that first section of the bow tie. So there's that first section there. Oh, it's so fun. I just love these colors. This is Amanda Murphy's fabric collection. I'm going to go ahead and layer up my second block now, and we're just going to encase that other side. Hopefully I keep all the fabrics kind of going the same way. We'll see. Let's go back over here and we'll sew this again. I do have my presser foot lowered right now. And it's a big advantage to be able just to lift the front of my foot and lower it back down. That's going to, it's just, you know, one less step that I have to do. I really appreciate that. Sew this seam again, just trimming off any raw edges or any fraying edges that I see. Perfect. So second part of the block done. We're already majority of the way done with this block. It's so quick and simple. 1,300 stitches a minute on all of these Bernette 60 machines. Again, they're air threading sergers. Help you get your projects done quick. All right, now for the tricky part to create that bow tie. What we have to do is we're going to open up these seams. We're going to open up these seams. We're going to match the seams as best we can in the center. And we're going to open up that block in the middle, that fold in the middle that we created. Now you can go ahead and make sure that your seams are going opposite directions, but we also want to make sure that we catch that block on each side. So let me grab my clips here. Now, if it doesn't match up in the center, it'll be okay. It's easy enough to remove. You know, our seam rippers keep us humble for sure. And let's go ahead and see this too. Now this part of the process, you just got to be a little careful, but you can use the freehand system, that knee lifter bar. I don't know if you can see it down here. I have my knee lift bar, and that's going to give me a hands-free option here to be able to raise and lower my presser foot. So I can just move my knee out, my foot raises up. It's going to give me clearance and give me the ability to adjust my fabric without having to take my hands off of the piece. Go nice and slow. Again, we're going to tuck all the the thread tails inward. That way they get cut off as we're sewing. And we'll see if we don't have any tucks here. That is the goal. Always tough to do on camera, huh? All right, let's see how we did. Oh, not too bad. With a good press, it would look perfect. So now we have that dimensional bow tie here, and that was completed in what, 5 to 10 minutes on the serger? Not too bad. Pretty neat. So we have that block there. That's the first one. This is the bow tie block. So that was constructed with a 3-thread overlock stitch, the wider stitch, using the left needle. I could do this with a 4-thread stitch if I wanted a little bit more stability. That would be for a quilt or a project that you knew was going to kind of go through the ringer a little bit. If it was going to be washed a couple of times, if it was going to be used maybe in a bag project or a table runner that was, you know, going to be used on the table quite a bit. So that is the first block. This was made again with that 3-thread overlock stitch, which is just so quick and easy to set up. You have 1,300 stitches a minute, and you also have that knee lift bar to be able to be hands-free and adjust the block as needed. All right. Let me show you a couple other ways that we could use this stitch. kind of tuck my projects back here. So you saw the edge of my quilt block earlier, my quilt top earlier. I have it used as a decorative finish, a really quick, easy finish. This is perfect before you take your quilt to the quilters. They love, you know, having all those finished edges. It does make quilting, you know, just seem a little bit more enjoyable. I know we all love it already. I also used it on this little project that I have here. You can see I increased the stitch width on the machine. So I have a nice wide overlock stitch. And I also use decorative threads. You can use up to about 8 weight threads in the air thread loopers. You can get a really nice, wide, beautiful stitch there. You can also see on the bottom here, I used a similar stitch. This is actually a 2-thread stitch, but I used 2 threads in one single looper, and I was able to create this lovely, lovely fringe. And I think I have one more back here. You can also use this as almost like a rolled hem finish, where you might see a rolled hem. I did these circles on the overlocker. This is a really tightly packed overlock stitch. You can adjust the stitch length on this machine as well. It does go down to about 0.6 in stitch length and then up to 2. So you can get a really tightly packed stitch to be able to finish any of your fabric edges. Now I like this, you know, I could have done a stitch and flip, or I could have included it in a seam allowance, but sometimes we just want to be able to show off all of the fabric and just what our machines can do. And that's why I love an overlock stitch with this is actually just regular Serger, which is Metler thread that we use in all of our sergers. It's about a 50 weight thread. So pretty much an all-purpose serger thread to finish off those sides there on these circles. All right. Well, I don't want to just stay on the overlock stitch because this machine can do so much more. Put these to the side here. The next stitch we're going to focus on, if we could go back overhead, the next stitch we're going to focus on is this flat lock stitch. I love, love, love the flat lock stitch. It's so great for seaming because all of the seams lay flat. These are 3 strips of fabric, excuse me, all joined together, but these seams are completely flat. The flat lock also has 2 different sides of the stitch. So you can see here, I used a 12 weight thread in my needle. When I wiggle the fabric apart, you're going to reveal these beautiful ladder stitches. In the looper, we can use that as a decorative thread if we wanted to, but you'll reveal these looper threads, and it's more of like an S almost like a serpentine stitch. So that can also be used in a decorative element as well. Let's go ahead and set up the serger for this stitch. So I mentioned that stitch card that comes with the machine. You know, once you're using that serger enough, you're going to have all of these tensions memorized. But I'm going to use this to kind of get me started, and then I'm going to adjust my stitches based on the settings that I want to change. We're going to do a 3-thread flat lock stitch. That's stitch number 5 of 31 on here. The first thing we're going to do is drop our needle tension way down. We want that needle to be able to pull tight, and that's what gives us the flat look. Then we're going to increase the tensions on some of our other loopers. Again, this is where I'm going to remind you to test sew. I'm a big believer in test sewing, that way that you can be sure that your stitch is how you want it. I'm also going to increase my cutting width. I do want a little bit wider of a stitch with this seam allowance. You know, just more for a decorative purpose, not, you know, you could keep it at 6 if you wanted to. The book recommends 6.5, or your stitch guide recommends 6.5. I'm also going to increase my stitch length, and I'm going to go up to about, that's my stitch length. I'm going to go up to about a 3.5. Now the book or your note card recommends a little bit shorter than that. I misspoke earlier. That stitch length goes all the way up to 4 millimeters. So you have a nice long stitch that you can create here. The last change that I want to make is my micro thread control. We did adjust all those settings. Those are kind of the big settings. Those are the big changes that you have to make. But sometimes you just need to make a little bit of an adjustment without going back to all of the tensions. And that's where that micro thread control really comes in handy. We have the stitch finger of the overlock stitches, which controls where the chain forms on the edge of the fabric. We're going to increase how far away that stitch finger is from the edge of the fabric. That way we get a nice wide kind of puffy stitch, and it's going to help the fabric lay really, really flat. Here at the machine, all I have to do to increase how far away that stitch finger is push this little lever forward. And you can't see it, but my stitch finger did move out just a little ways. So I'm going to move that out to give myself a really good stitch width. All right, the moment of truth. Let's see if we like the stitch. I'm going to layer my fabrics right sides together. Okay, if I layer it right sides together, my needle threads are going to show later on. Raise my presser foot up. I am going to trim off my fabric edges a little bit. And we're just going to stitch. Oh, it's looking good already. And we'll cut that. And then let's come overhead and see what this stitch looks like. I think it kind of shows on the green. We have a regular stitch. It almost looks like that overlock stitch. We have that chain on the edge there. But when I wiggle my fabric apart, just give it a good wiggle, you'll notice that those stitches start to pop and you'll see those ladder stitches forming. I love the look to this and how exposed it is. You know, it's a different type of piecing that you can do. Just gonna wiggle it until it, you know, starts to lie flat. You can also see on the back side that it's lying flat too. So those pieces are overlapping. You're getting a really nice flat seam. So I've heard before from quilters that when you piece on a serger, it kind of looks bulky and it's thick. Not with this seam allowance. No way. This is sitting nice and flat, and it's going to press out well. It's going to quilt out even better. Let's go ahead and see that one more time, and let's adjust the stitch just a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and adjust my stitch length. I'm going to decrease it just a tad. Let's come back. Oh, no, actually, let's go all the way up to like 4. Works for me. I'm also going to increase my cutting width just a tad bit as well. All right, fabric right sides together again, and we'll see how the 2 ladder stitches compare. Using my knee lifter to get my fabric underneath and stitching. Making sure I'm keeping my edges as close together as possible. And cut the seams. All right, let's see how those 2 compare. Wiggle it, give it a good wiggle. I did starch my fabric before. That's totally up to preference. All right. There we go. All right, not too much of a difference in terms of the stitch width. I did only increase the cutting width by about 0.5 millimeter, but you can tell the stitches are just a little bit further spaced apart. Totally depends on your preference, how wide you want this. It could also depend on the project, but I definitely love a little bit wider of a stitch. What I love about this stitch too is not only is it perfect for seaming or for piecing, you can see on my little bag here, but if you wanted to take it to the next step, you could use some ribbon and weave your ribbon through those stitches. Now this is the cover stitch, but the same effect would happen with that flat lock stitch. You can actually weave under the spine of the stitch or that loop or thread of the stitch and create a beautiful ribbon finish. All right, I think I have about 5 minutes. Let me see if I have a few more samples of the flat lock before we, or the overlock stitches before we switch over to our cover stitches. Oh, here's one more example of the flat lock here. So here's a flat lock on my project. You can see I used a bright thread in the needle. This one was actually done with a top stitch needle. You can use needles, your regular sewing needles in your overlocker. It is recommended to use ELX needles. Those handle knits just a little bit better. But if you're using cottons, like on this project, it is okay to use your Microtex needle or to use your top stitch needle. That's what I did with this one. It's a top stitch size 100 needle actually, and I threaded the needle with 12 weight thread. I know it seems kind of crazy to do that on a serger, but this is the needle stitches with a 12 weight thread. So you can see just how dynamic this stitching can be. A couple other examples of overlock stitches before we switch over to cover stitches. Here's my little bag that I created. You'll see here on the outside of the flower that we have the wide overlock stitch with a decorative thread again. And then my edges of the strips here are finished with heavy thread again. This is another 12 weight thread with a more narrow overlock stitch. So it doesn't have to be finished. You don't always have to turn up a hem. Sometimes with the overlocker, we're going to show off those seam allowances and they turn out so beautiful. All right, do we have any questions about the overlock machines? In terms of the B68 series or the B60 series, the machines that can do the overlock stitches with air threading are the Bernette 68, which is what I have right here, and then also the Bernette 64. The 64 is another air threading machine. It does the overlock stitches. When we switch over and do that conversion process here in just a little bit to go over to cover stitches, that's when we switch to the Bernette 62. That is a cover stitch only machine. This machine right here can actually do both types of those stitches, which is so exciting. All right, Blaine, how can they buy this machine?
All right, Megan. So we're going to tell them how they can get one of those, and while you're switching over, and then we'll come right back to you, okay?
Perfect. Sounds good.
All right. So she was on the B68, and what we're going to do is we're going to talk a little bit about the B68 and the B64. So again, guys, this one's $15.99, and we've got a great call-in special on it today. We have financing available, so give us a call. We have special financing. They can tell you all about that. 800-401-8151. Now, this Bernette, it's the B64. It's the airlock overlock serger, and the main features on this, it has an automatic air threader for the loopers and threads, color-coded thread pass for easier threading. And that's one thing, if you look at the top of the machine, you'll notice right there, that makes it a lot easier. It's a 2, 3, 4, and 5 thread stitches, spacious work area. It's about 5-inch work area on that, and Megan showed that off and showed that to you. It has the large slide-on table, which also gives you a lot more space to work on. It has the 5 LED lights for the best visibility, high stitch quality with speeds up to 1,300 stitches per minute, the micro thread control on it, the knee lifter, and then it has the large cutoffs bin included. So that way you kind of keep all your little thread trash and fabric trash in. So it's a really, really nice serger from Bernette. And again, Bernina has these Bernette lines of machines, and these sergers are just fantastic. Great price on it today. Normal price $15.99. Give us a call. We have that call-in special. And then you remember, I've got something else I'm going to throw in your box if you buy one of these. And hint, hint, wink, wink. So you've got to make sure you give us a call in. And then the next one we were going to talk about was that B62. And the B62, or I'm sorry, 64, I'm sorry, the 64. We're going to talk about the 62, but right now the 64, it is $999. Again, it's under $1,000 for another air thread serger. And we have a call-in special on this. Financing available on this as well, 800-401-8151. And the 64, again, it's the overlock serger. It's got the automatic air threader for the looper threads. It's a free arm color-coded threading path on this. Thread tension release with the pressure foot raised. Stitch length adjustable while sewing. Accessories under the looper cover. It has that safety switch activation when the cover is open. Micro thread control, and then the freehand system, including the knee lifter. So another great serger from Bernette in these two. Guys, if you are interested in either one of these, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you're on the website, you can speak to one of the live chat agents as well, and they can help place your order and answer any questions you have as well. So great offering today from Bernette. And so we're going to go right back to Megan, and we're going to keep talking a little about sergers.
Perfect. I know we're back. And if you guys do have any comments or anything, I can see those on screen. So I'm trying to filter some questions too. Someone asked if this has differential feed. Absolutely. This machine does have differential feed. That's the same with the B62 and the 64. What that differential feed is how much the feed dogs are actually moving. Because there are 2 sets of feed dogs on this machine, it's the speed at which they're moving. So if you decrease your differential feed and you go below 1, that means those feed dogs are actually going to move a little bit slower and stretch out your fabric a little bit. If you increase it up to 2, that means they're working double time, and that's when you're going to gather your fabric. So yes, both of these machines, or all three of these machines, excuse me, have that differential feed. All right, I don't think I see any other questions, but if you think of any along the way, let's go ahead and do the conversion process. The conversion over to cover stitching. What even is a cover stitch? What is a chain stitch? Those are types of stitches that we often see in garment sewing. So if you look down at your t-shirt, I don't have any on right now, but if you look down at the hem of your t-shirt, you're probably going to see a cover stitch. 2 lines of stitching, maybe even 3 lines of stitching on one side, and on the other side, you have a total cover of stitches. So the purpose typically of a cover or chain stitch is to hem projects, hem garments. We're going to use it a little bit differently today, and we're actually going to piece a couple quilt blocks together. The conversion process does require us to switch loopers. We were using the upper and the lower looper before. That's how we got 2 threads on both sides of our fabric. Now we're going to use the chain looper, which only shows up on one side of the fabric. So let's go to the B68 again and see just how easy this conversion process is. I'm going to start with that ever intimidating task, and I'm going to cut all of my threads. I know, we're going to rethread with the airlock. It's going to be so simple to do. I'm going to remove all of those threads because I do have to rethread, but I have all of my color-coded thread paths here. It's a really simple process. It's even simpler because when I open the front cover of my machine, I actually have all of the tools necessary inside. Step 1 for me, it kind of depends on what order you want to go in. If you're really confident in this process, you might have a different order. I always like to start by kind of getting things out of the way here. The first thing I like to do is lower my cutting knife. I want that thing out of the way so I don't get any threads cut on it. Because the cover and chain stitch is typically used for that hemming, we don't need the knife right away either. But we're going to talk about how it can still be handy. The next thing is we need to get this upper looper out of the way. Like I said, we're actually going to switch to the cover and chain looper, which is the purple looper here. You can see my purple threading path. That is over here. So we need to get this upper looper out of the way. Really simple to do that. There's a knob here at the bottom. I think you can, that's okay if you can't see it. You can see the graphics here though. I'm just going to move this knob over. And while I'm turning my hand wheel, I'm going to keep pushing on it. And now you can see that my looper is down. It no longer comes up when I turn my hand wheel. So that looper is out of the way now. It leaves room for our cover and chain looper. Let's go ahead and actually thread that chain looper right now. I'm going to stick with my Serger thread. We'll bring in some decorative threads in a little bit. I'm moving it outside here to my purple thread stand. I'm going to snap it into the pre-tension disc at the top, then down into the tension disc. We always want to make sure when we go to the tension disc that our presser foot is raised. I need to activate my air threading, moving the knob over to the left, turning the hand wheel until it snaps into place. Then my air threading is active. Same thing like we did with the overlock. We're just going to feed this into that threading nozzle, press the button, excuse me, and my thread is right there. So the cover and chain stitch, we're starting with a chain stitch. I'm sorry if I didn't mention that. The chain stitch, that looper thread actually stays inside of the machine. It almost acts more of a bobbin. So I'm going to cut that to about 3 inches, and then I'm going to leave it there. Deactivate my air threading again. Kind of the last or the final step of this before we thread the needle is we need to move our needle position. Right now we're in the overlock position. You can kind of see that they are actually labeled. We're going to move it over to the chain stitch position. This needle position is due to the fact that the cover looper is in a different position as well. So for the 2 to meet and form a stitch, we have to move needle positions. Once again, tools are all in the front cover here. I have my screwdriver and then my needle holder and needle threader. Oh, just love that everything's in front. Those all come standard with this machine, as well as your 62 or your 64. Going to loosen the screws so I can get the needle out. There we go. Flat to the back. That's why I love using standard needles for this. And I'm going to go ahead and go into the far right cover position. Unscrew here. We always want to retighten our screws when we're done. Perfect. I think we're good. I can also check here. There is a little viewing window on top of these needles. I can see that my needle is all the way up in the most upright position, perfect for serging. That's a huge bonus for me. oops, tuck my tools back in. And the last thing I'm going to do is rethread my needle. I'm going to get rid of that extra spool of thread. I don't want that on there right now. And I'm going to thread the yellow threading path. How do I know that? It all comes on the stitch card. I'm doing a 2-thread chain stitch. So I know that I need my, my yellow threading path right there. And then we'll talk about tensions and everything else that we can adjust to make this stitch our own. Threading in the yellow path here, up and around. So simple to thread the needle on these machines. Go through the thread guides above the needle. That way the thread is just controlled a little bit better. I like a nice clean thread edge before I rethread, but we do have the tool that comes with the machine, so we can lower it and just thread the needle like that. Kind of tough to see. It's so bright under there. I'm not sure that you can see that, but you do have those 5 LEDs under the machine so that you can see all of your threading and all of your stitching. Pop the tools all back in the front cover there. So that's pretty much all that's needed for the conversion process. From here, all we have to do is make some like comfort changes and changes to the stitch settings that are going to help the stitch, you know, look perfect as we're piecing. Before I close the front covers, I am going to change out the inserts. This one was for overlocking. Remember, we have that cover here that protects us from the knife. With chain stitching, we have 2 options for inserts. These both come with the Bernette 68. You have a little bit shorter of a one. It does have all the markings on the front, so you can see how wide of a stitch or wide of a hem that you're creating. And then we have this one. I think I'm going to use this one. When I put this insert in and close my front cover, there we go, and close my front cover, look how large of a sewing space that I have. Look how far forward that comes. Isn't that so nice? This is the Bernette 68, like I mentioned. We're now in mode, we're in the mode to do cover and chain stitching. We're set up for a 2-thread chain stitch, excuse me. The last thing I want to do is just adjust my settings. I'm not using any specialty thread. I'm just using Serger right now. So I'm going to go with the default settings that come on my stitch card. I have my needle tension set, my looper tension set. I am going to change my stitch length just a little bit. I want a tad bit longer of a stitch, so it's set at 3 millimeters long. Now, I always recommend doing a test stitch before you go haywire and go right to your project. So let's go ahead and do a quick test stitch. I'm going to grab my fabric from before where I did my flat locking. I'm actually just going to do a single layer of fabric for right now. This stitch is really versatile. We could do it on multiple layers if we needed to. Let's just test it here. There we go. I'm just going to chain off. All right, let's take a look at my stitching over here. I am going to reattach my cutoff spin, even though I won't have any cutoffs because we're not using the knife right now. Pretty basic stitch, looks like just a straight stitch on the top, but on the bottom, you'll notice that I have a chain now. If you're, I did grow up on a farm, Blaine mentioned that. If you're used to feed bags or like dog food bags, they have a stitch that looks like this. This is a very durable stitch. It's a beautiful straight stitch, but it's also so great for basting because it's really easy to remove. So they sew those like feed sacks or the dog food bags shut with a chain stitch. That way that you can just pull the thread tail and it all comes right out. Now, because I sewed off my end, I can't do that. But if I, picked a little bit, I'm sure I could. I really appreciate the chain stitch because it can be used for both decorative purposes as well as functional construction purposes. We're actually going to use it to create this flying geese block right here. This is kind of the no-waste flying geese, the really fast flying geese too. Looks like a regular quilt block on top, but if we flip underneath and look at those seam allowances, you'll see that straight stitch of the chain stitch. I have a straight stitch here, and on the other side, I have the chain. Pretty neat, right? Now, this one is a little bit different than the overlock stitches you're seeing. This one does not finish the fabric edge, but, we like to have it both ways. We can pick and choose which one we want, and depending on the technique that we're going to do. And I'm going to tell you why and show you why we're going to use the chain stitch for this flying geese block. Oh, we'll come back to these, I think. I have some marked fabric down here. So I have my marked fabric down here. in my kind of center block that I'm going to use. Let's layer this up. So I have my fabric marked. I have my 7-inch squares here. I have a center marked, and then I'm a 1/4 inch away. Those are going to be my stitching lines, those 1/4 inch away lines. We're just going to overlap everything here. Make sure we're in line. Perfect. I'm just going to pin these in place kind of loosely, running parallel to this stitching. When I'm using an overlocker, we don't want to have pins going across. You know, with a sewing machine, sometimes we can risk it and sew over those pins. I'm definitely guilty of it. But with the serger, especially for overlocking, the thread cutter, or not the thread cutter, the cutting knife on those machines will hack off your pin. You might put a little dent in the knife, but you're definitely going to cut through your pin first. We're going to pin parallel to our stitching lines here. Woo. Just got my pins going. Just put one more down. All right. So now at the machine, we're set up for my chain stitch. On the front of the foot, I love this presser foot. It's kind of tough to see, but on the front of the foot, I have raised markings. Those markings are actually in line with each of my needles. So I have a 3rd mark in, that's in line with my needle. I'm going to keep that line on my marked lines on this block. So I'm going to raise my foot, and we're just going to stitch all the way down this one and hopefully keep my fabrics together. Again, sewing on camera is sometimes tough. We'll see. So we're just doing a regular straight stitch here. Nothing crazy, just regular piecing. All right, we're going to chain off there. 1,300 stitches a minute on this. Can you imagine how many quilt blocks you're going to get done? All right, so I have my first side stitched. Now I need to do my other side here. But before I do that, I'm actually going to raise my cutting knife. Can you guess why? Rather than going back to my cutting table and having to cut this with a rotary cutter, I can actually do it in one single step on the machine. So I'm going to open my front cover. I'm just going to raise my knife here. I'm going to set it back to 6, my cutting width to 6. There we go. So you see I have my cutting knife up, and this is why we always want to pin parallel. I'm going to, oh, I got to do it the other way. I'm going to stitch on that other line here on the 1/4 inch line. And as I'm stitching, there we go, you'll see that I'm also cutting. There we go. Cutting close to that line. Again, if you're doing this at home, I won't make you do it on camera. Just me to help demo it. So be careful. We're going to send all our pieces to the back. All right. And now we have 2 blocks here. Quickly done. 1/4 inch seam allowances, and then cut down the middle. I didn't even have to take this to my sewing machine. Can you believe it? I'm going to go ahead and stick with this block for now. Let's open it up here. Look at that. Woohoo. So now I have the start of my flying geese block. Recommended that you press it, but I'm just going to do a quick roll press here with my wooden roller. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's hope I do the next one right. So we have that one pressed there. And I do have my last block marked and ready to go. I'm keeping it kind of straight there. Perfect. I moved my table, sorry. I saw someone say that this is an interesting way of piecing. Exactly, that's what I want to show you here with the Bernette 68. I want to show you that there is a different way, you know, different from just your sewing machine, that you can piece on an overlocker. So this is that flying geese block. We're going to finish off here. Give it a couple quick pins. Yeah, sorry, Randy, did I move my camera? Okay. All right, so I'm going to lower my knife first. I'm going to attach this second one. I'm going to lower my knife super quick and simple just by opening the front cover of the machine. Yes, this is such a fast way of doing a flying geese block. You know, you don't have to cut. you know, it's precise on the machine, and that's such an advantage. Get a stitch here. Again, might not be the straightest seam allowances. I'm trying to go quick. All right. Raise my knife back up here. And you don't have to keep this cutoff spin on when you're in cover stitch or chain stitch mode. I just prefer to do it because it keeps it out of the way, and then it's right at my machine when I'm ready to sew the next time. All right. Let's see how we did. And now I should have, hopefully, 2 blocks here. Look at that. We're good to go. Perfection. Again, gonna give it a good press. And your last step then would be to seam these together using that same 1/4 inch seam allowance, just following along with the needle. You could mark the seam allowance if you want, you know, make sure that you hit your points of your triangles, but there you go. Pretty quick and simple. Now I mentioned that that chain stitch and those cover stitches can also be used as a decorative finish. Okay, I was just checking my time. Those can also be used as a decorative finish. So I do want to rethread this machine quick for a chain stitch with a decorative thread in the looper so you can kind of get inspiration on how you could use that with some of your other projects. And let's actually go overhead and look at that last block. Man, someone's gonna have to finish these for me. Whoever gets the next Bernette 68 is gonna have to finish this quilt top for me. You can see here on my last block of this little runner that I have some beautiful chain stitches and cover stitches. That cover stitch is where I used ribbon to actually weave through the looper thread and do a little ribbon weaving to add a decorative element. So here's another little piece of inspiration. These are cover stitches. You can do narrow or wide stitches depending on how far apart your needles are. Again, the B68 can do cover stitches as well as the B62. The B62 airlock, another air threading serger. You can air thread the cover looper, and it's always set up for cover stitching or for chain stitching. So here's how I combined embroidery, then did the cover stitching, kind of little directional pieces, and finished the edges here with a wide overlock stitch. I want to show you just how easy it is to thread with those decorative threads. So let's go ahead and rethread here. Again, the daunting task sometimes of cutting your thread. I'm going to open my front cover. I'm going to cut my looper thread here, raise my foot and pull it through. There we go. Perfect. All right. So we have the looper unthreaded now. I'm going to remove my standard thread, and now I'm going to attach or rethread, excuse me. Why not with a little bright colored thread? This is a 12 weight thread with a little bit of sparkle and a little bit of sheen to it. I'm going to put that on my stand and just come down. Everything is going to be just like normal. It's going to go through the pre-tension into the tension disc. I'm going to close my air threading pipes there so I can begin air threading. Same way on the B62 as well as the B64. The B64, we talked about that in the last session. That is an overlock only machine. So those stitches we were doing just right before this, those are going to be on the B64 as well. All right, do we see how quickly that happened? It might have been so fast you didn't even see it. But here is my pink, bright, sparkly thread. I'm just going to leave that in, trim it just a little bit, and then leave that inside my front cover. Amazing security feature. I cannot close my front cover until I deactivate the air threading to make sure the machine is set up to sew. All right. Oh, one last thing I forgot to do. Lower my knife. Lower the cutting knife. All right. Big, beautiful workspace. Now, with the chain looper having the decorative thread, that means that I have to actually stitch upside down. So it's not a bad thing, but I would recommend that you mark your lines on the wrong side of the fabric. I'm just going to go ahead and freehand it. We'll see how it goes. I do have my fabric fused as well with a fusible woven stabilizer from OESD. That's just going to give my fabric a little bit more integrity as I'm stitching here. All right, I am going to do one final tweak. I'm going to increase my stitch length just a little bit. We're going to lower foot, and let's just do a little bit of wave. Now, if I am doing curves like this, it's a little tough. I'm going to decrease my presser foot pressure. How much force is that foot, putting on my fabric? I'm going to decrease it just slightly. That way I don't get any puckers in my fabric. And if I want to use my freehand system, I can pivot. What kind of shape are we going for? Let's just do a fancy kind of almost a quilting stitch. Not an artist by any means, but I do enjoy sewing. So I'm just pivoting around. And let's just do one final curve and see what we got. All right. Let's see how we look. Oh my. Look at that. So you can see just how much you can do with a decorative thread. I could adjust this depending on the look I want. It's so beautiful with that 12 weight thread. It gives it a little bit of puff to it. But if I wanted a little bit tighter of a stitch, I could increase my tension. That way it wasn't as chainy. So let's see how else you could use this. Here's my, my little fish sample that I like to show. I actually used the cover stitch and the chain stitch, the wrong side of the stitch, to create these little waves over my fish here. I also use the chain stitch functionally to stitch down the gills of the fish too. So you can see how you can use it in both directions. And do I have one more? Oh yes, I have one more stitch on here. You can see here how I use the cover stitch with that heavy thread, as well as a binder attachment on the overlocker, and attached my binding here. Different uses for all of it. If you wanted to just show the straight stitch, more typical to garment sewing, you can absolutely do that. But if you want to show the decorative side, I always recommend playing around with thread weights and adjusting your stitches as you see fit. And really, changing the tensions as you desire and seeing how the stitching is going to turn out. Tips that I want you to go away with, of course, always do a practice sew. It's always recommended that you do that before you go into that final project. Especially with the overlocker. So you do that with your sewing machine, why not do it with the overlocker? Just to kind of round it out with the Bernette 68, doing those cover and chain stitches. The Bernette 68 and the Bernette 62 airlock machines have the air threading capability for your looper threads, and you also have the chain stitch ability, chain stitch and cover stitch. Color-coded threading paths on here, huge workspace. As you can see, you're going to have a ton of fun with this, with all of the projects that you'll be able to accomplish. 1,300 stitches per minute. It's going to go super fast and going to give you so much time to think of new projects and think of new ways that you're going to want to decorate. So I think that about rounds out my time. Blaine, is there any questions that you have for me or anything about pricing on this machine?
Well, hey, Megan, great job again, as usual. And hey, we're just going to tell them how they can get all the different Bernettes. And thank you so much for coming on the show today.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Enjoy and hope you have a great rest of your Serger event.
Well, I hope so too. And what was interesting about what you did is, a lot of people never probably even thought that they could do piecing with a Serger.
I know.
You made it look so easy.
Yeah, thank you. Sometimes being on camera, it's tough to do, but no, it really is that easy. The machine takes care of most of the work for you, but it's just about picking the settings that you want and the fabrics that you want, essentially.
Yeah, that was awesome. So thank you so much, and hopefully we'll get to see you again real soon.
Yes, hopefully. Let's do it.
All right, Megan. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Bernettes. Now, we have a whole line of the Bernettes. They're all on call-in special today. So again, we have one, the Sergers that are going to fit your needs. Now, this is one that we hadn't shown yet. This was the Airlock B62. Now, the price on this, $999, under $1,000. Again, we have special financing available. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have the call-in special, and we have that hint thing that I'm throwing in the box, right? Again, automatic air threader for the looper thread, free arm, color-coded thread path. It's just pretty much like the 64, 68. has all some of the same nice features on it. And so let's talk a little bit about some of the other machines that we have today. So again, this is the Funlock 48 Overlock cover stitch machine. Great pricing, $699. Again, call-in special on this. If y'all are interested in looking at some of the features on this, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom, or not the bottom of the page, at the top of the page. Just at the top of the page, you'll see the products that's on today's show. All you have to do is click on that product. It'll take you to the product page, and then you can read about all the features. And if you want to compare all the Bernettes, you can compare them. Again, I highly recommend if you're looking, in that Bernina line of Sergers, these Bernette series, I'm telling you what, they're so awesome. And so for all you Bernina people out there, this is going to be a nice Serger for you. Now, the next one is that Funlock B44 Overlocker. Price, look at the price on that, $499, and that's just our regular price. Give us a call. We have a call-in special and financing available for it as well. And then I think, is there one more left? Yeah, the Funlock 42 cover stitch machine. Again, $499. We have some financing available for you, and give us a call at 800-401-8151 or speak to one of the live chat agents. Again, we have a call-in special on this. We have a full line of the Bernette machines, 6 of them, matter of fact, and the Serger overlockers to choose from. And you're not going to, beat the prices. We have some under $1,000, a lot of them under $500. So again, give us a call, and they can kind of work through what your needs are and get you the best one that'll fit your needs. All right. So, man, Megan did a great job, did she not?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's going by too fast.
It's really going by fast. Megan, she is such a talented sewer too. She's been on our show. She does embroidery. She does quilting. She does a lot of different things. And now, she's a Serger queen.
Yeah.
Look what she did with that Serger with the piecing. That was just amazing. So really a big shout out to Bernina and Megan for coming on the show today. We sure do appreciate it. Well, hey, we're going to continue on, and we've got our good buddy Sam Fung coming up next. And we're going to talk all about some Elnas. But Sam, he's the educational coordinator and has been sewing for the past 45 years. And prior to joining Janome 15 years ago, he owned a custom sewing business where he made all kinds of things, high-end wedding dresses, all different things. And Sam always brags about he's got so much notions that he could probably open his own store at his house. But we're so happy to have Sam here today because Sam is so knowledgeable. And he's going to share his knowledge today about all these Elna Sergers. So welcome to the show, Sam.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
Hey, glad you're here. I know it seemed like we just saw you, I guess because in March we had our Quilt Fest and you were on, and now we're doing our Serger event, and you're going to talk today about the Elnas, but then tomorrow you're going to be, or not tomorrow, Friday, you're going to be back and you're going to talk all about the Janome Serger. So we're excited about that. So we're going to let you get going and start talking about them, and I'll come back after the first one and tell them how they can get it, and then we'll go back to you because I know you got an hour session today.
Yes. Okay. Great. Hello, everybody. Today, I'm going to start off with the Elna Extend 864 Air. This is the Elna top of the line air thread serger. It is the same one as Janome. If you have a Janome, it's the same serger. It's called the AT2000. Okay. So come over this way. We're going to look at this serger right here. Now, for those of you who just threaten or have a scare of threading a serger, this one is quite easy and very easy to use. So start off, I'm going to remove my catcher tray right here in the front. And also, I have a door. Open up the door. Right here is my air threading mechanism on my serger. So we'll show you how easily and fast this is to do. First thing I'm going to do is lock the machine out by pushing my lock button right here. And then I'm going to turn my hand wheels to manually lock the machine. Okay. So right now you just heard it click. I can't turn the knob anymore. The serger is now locked. So I'm going to start threading. To thread this serger, we start on the right-hand side. I'm using a gold color thread so you guys can see it on the machine, see it on camera. I'm just going to loop it through here. I want to make sure my foot is up when I'm serging. I have auto tensions on my lay-in tension disc. I basically just put it on here, pull it out, leave about a 3-inch extra thread. I'm going to insert it into this air thread hole right here. I'll just insert about 1 inch of thread or so. I just keep pushing it until it won't go anymore. Lift up and watch. Since I am threading, the upper looper is going to come out right here on the side. Whoops, didn't take. And because I forgot to do one thing, this little switch right here directs which side of the air to shoot through. So I'm going to turn it to the right. So now it goes over to this hole. I'm going to raise it up. And there it is. I just threaded my lower looper. Isn't that fast and easy? Here it is. There's my piece of thread. I'm just going to take it and put it behind the cutting blade and underneath my foot. I just threaded my lower looper. So now what I'm going to do is switch the air thread direction to the upper looper. I'm going to take my thread, run it through my thread guide, straight down through the serger, straight down. As you notice on the machine, there's arrows, and it's color coded too to tell me which way to go. But it's pretty standard, straightforward, very easy to do. And I'm going to put about 1 inch or so in here also. And this time, it's got my upper looper, so it's going to shoot out right here on this side, kind of like a confetti cannon. You ready? Here goes. Did you guys see that? Here's my thread tail. It just popped out like a party popper. And that's it. We got our 2 loopers threaded. And that's the thing most people are scared about serger is threading their upper and lower loopers. Now that I have it threaded, I just simply unlock it, close my cover, and I'm ready to thread my 2 needles. Now I'm going to start with my right needle. We're threading from right to left. And the nice thing about this serger is, it has a built-in needle threader. Isn't that great? You know, it's hard to see, especially the eye of the needle. So right here on the machine, right here in the front, right here it has an L and an R for left or right. So depending on which needle I'm threading is where I push this lever. Right now, you can see this is to the left. I push it, it goes over to the right. I'm going to lower my foot, press this, and I'm going to thread the thread from the left to the right. If I can pick it up with the tweezers. Go over. And I need to be in front. And push it up. And there's my loop. I don't know if you guys can see it, but right here on the back, here's my loop. The threader pulled it through. And I threaded 1 needle. Now I just got to thread my other needle. So it's just that easy to thread this machine. And again, I'll raise it up, put it underneath the foot. I'll thread my last needle, just like that. Over, up, and to the other thread guy. Now I'm going to move this over to the left so I can thread my left needle. I'm going to put my foot down, put the needle threader down, and put this thread tail through here. And right there. And there we go. You see that? There's my thread tail. It pulled through the loop, and there's my loop. It was caught on the needle threader. Pull this through, and I just threaded both of my needles. It's just that fast. Now, isn't that fast and easy? I threaded the entire serger in just about a minute or so. I mean, most of the time you're using a standard serger that's a regular serger. It takes a little bit more time, but it can be done. And so let's see how well it does. I've got a piece of fabric here. My blade is up, and let's start serging. This is the 4-thread overlock stitch. And I have a thread cutter on the side. And there I have it. There's my 4-thread serger. My looper is a little bit loose, so I'm sure some of the thread probably didn't get stuck in there. Let me just tighten it a little bit here. Okay, these things do happen, but let me try it again. Let's see. So much better. See that? My loops are gone. And I got a perfect back. It's got a little hiccup towards the back. But other than that, you can see I get a perfect serging stitch. So the threader, the serger, is that easy to use. Now, the other one thing that people are scared about a serger is because it cuts your fabric while it overcasts the edges at the same time. But there is a solution for that. For those of you who are afraid of cutting off too much fabric, if I open the cover right here in the front, the very front right here, there's a screw right here in the front. And what Elna has is what we call a fabric guide. Let's see if I brought it with me here. Nope, I didn't bring the fabric guide. I brought everything but the fabric guide to show you guys. Okay, but let's move on. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is this. I have some samples made here. This is the 4-thread overcast, as you can see. Now, if I take out one needle, the left needle, then I don't have my safety chain. I have a 3-thread overcast. This is a 3 compared to a 4. As you guys can see right here, you have an extra needle. So this is 2 threads going through the needle. And this is a 2-thread conversion right here. This is using 1 looper and 1 thread through the needle. We do have a built-in thread converter on our serger, and I'll show you that also. And another thing we can do on our machine, very simple. This is a rolled hem right here. Just like if you did napkins and stuff, this would be your rolled hem right here. I'm showing you this. That's your standard roll hem. And I know you can't, it's hard to see on camera, but this one is a corded rolled hem. I don't know if you can pick that up, but it's a little bit thicker than your standard rolled hem, okay? And what's the difference? I did use a woolly nylon, and on this serger, we can thread the woolly nylon through the air thread serger also. So let me show you how that's done. So in order for me to do a 3-thread overcast stitch, just gonna put this out of the way. We simply go and cut the right needle. I'm gonna cut it on top to remove that. And the second thing is we need to remove our needle. So in the accessory box that comes with the machine, you will see it comes with this. This is a needle holder. It holds your needle in place. You can use it for inserting the needle or taking out the needle. This way, you don't risk the chance of the needle falling into the serger, and then you have to hunt for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the foot up, take this out. I'm going to go and insert, since I already cut it, insert my needle threader in here. I'm going to take my screwdriver, turn this a little bit, and my needle should come out. Use my tweezers right here. Okay, it's being stubborn. I see it's wiggling, so now I'm just waiting for it to come out. There it goes. And I have just removed my needle. You always want to remove your needle if you're doing a 3-thread. You don't ever want to leave the extra needle in there, depending on the type of stitch you're doing. So to do a 3-thread, we just take out that needle, remove the thread, everything stays the same. Lower the foot, and a simple serge and cut off the excess. And there's my 3-thread. Isn't that easy? Now, to do a 2-thread overcast, I want to show you how fast it is to change over to a 2-thread overcast. A 2-thread overcast is used for things that you don't, like you're doing something lightweight, something you're doing batiste, or something that's, you don't need such a heavy thread. So what we're going to do, what we're going to do is we're going to trick the machine thinking that we have our upper looper thread in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here, cut my upper looper thread, pull it out of the hole, and I'm going to go ahead and just pull it out of here. Okay. So what are you going to do is we want to leave our lower looper in. I'm going to remove the upper looper right here. There. See, I just took the thread out of this upper looper right here. The hole is now empty. So I'm going to take my needle threader right here on the other side. There's a point. I'm going to come over and flip the converter over right here like so. And you see it? This machine, the converter's included. So I don't have to go look for an external one. It's right there attached to the machine. Now I'm going to do, all I have to do now is close it, serge a little bit to get rid of this extra thread, raise my foot up, and then I'll show you what it looks like. I'll put the catcher back on, and just like that, this is my 2-thread chain right here. I'll take a piece of fabric, put this in, and I'm doing all this without changing any settings on the tension at all. It's auto tension pretty much. There is my 2-thread right there. See that? So this is a lightweight stitch. So it does a lightweight overcast. So for those of you who likes to sew something that's like a sheer, like a petite, not too sheer, but like a petite, something like that, this is a 3-thread overcast. Now, the next thing I want to show you is how easy it is to do a rolled hem. To do a rolled hem on our serger, the settings are in the manual. So what you have to do is right here is we have to take this back out. All I'm going to do is take this, flip it back over. We're going to use the right side needle, close this. On my serger itself, right here, where it says standard and tight, I'm going to flip it over to tight, because what that does is it automatically changes my tension for a rolled hem. And then the other thing I want to do is right here on the side, you see right here where it says S and R. S stands for your standard serging. R is for a rolled hem. So what you're doing is I am actually pulling my stitch finger back. For those of you, if you have an older serger, you may have to change the whole plate out. I know my older serger that I have, in order for me to do a rolled hem, I had to go and change this whole plate. Well, we don't have to do that anymore. Now I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to drop the foot so you guys can see what we're talking about. A stitch finger, for those of you who's not familiar with the serger. You see right here, right now, I'm open this up here so you guys can see. You see this finger right here, this piece right here? If you watch this, when I pull this back to R, it retracts. And you see now the thread is just a big loose glob right here. So the stitch finger is now retract. Now I'll show you what happens, show you without the thread being in the way. If I push it forward, there's my stitch finger. If I retract it, I have a rolled hem. Okay? So with that being retracted, I'm going to use my blade up. I do need to rethread my upper looper. So that's easy to do. I simply lock my machine again, turn my hand wheel until it locks in place. There it is. Now I simply just take this thread and rethread it. So I don't have to worry about, I know a lot of you out there who have a serger that's not an air thread serger, and you would sit there and tie off the thread so you can just pull it through. Well, it works. Sometimes it works and sometimes it don't work. When you pull it through and the thread gets pulled out of position, then you're SOL. Now watch, here it's going to come up here. The thread's going to come up to the upper looper, so it's going to shoot out again. Did you see that? There it is. The thread just threaded. Just that simple. I have just now rethreaded my upper looper. Okay. So I'm just going to put the foot back on right here. It's a snap-on foot. And I'm ready to go again. Okay. Unlock the machine, close my cover, and this machine has some safety features built into it. If I had the cover open, okay, if I step on my foot control, the machine won't run. If the cover is on, the foot is up. When I step on the foot control, it won't run. I have to make sure the cover is closed, the foot is down before the machine will even will even start running. Now to do a rolled hem, the other thing I have to do is I have to come over here, take this and turn it to 0.5, and right here on the stitch length on the dial, it says R. R means for rolled hem. And the manual will show you all this and 0.5 and to do a rolled hem. So I'm ready to go. And I'm going to do one single piece of fabric, and you guys can see how easy this is to do also. When you're doing a rolled hem, as you can see, the surgeon, oops, something's not working right. You see what I did? Why is not overlocking? Let me see, something must have came out. How many of you have had this happen before while you're serging? Okay. Oh, my lower looper thread came out. See, there's no thread there. I just see it. See, it's right here sticking out. See that? There's my lower looper thread. So all I have to do is rethread it. So simply, I'm going to pull this out, lock the machine, okay? Pull this over, it's no big deal. Stick this back in here. Well, it doesn't want to go in. So I'm just going to snip some thread off, put it back in. Now, if this was a standard serger, then I have to go and rethread it manually again. And we all know that's no fun. But having an air thread serger makes it so easy, stress-free. Okay. I want to make sure I have plenty of thread and it's not being caught on my lid. And watch it, here it comes. Did it go? Nope, it's caught on my lid. There it is. You guys see that? It just shot itself out right here. Okay, I'm going to put this in front. Always, when you're threading a serger, regardless if it's an air threader or manual threader, your lower looper thread must be in front of your upper looper thread. If your lower looper thread is behind your upper looper thread, it will break your thread every time and cause a big mess. Ask me how I know. All the years I've been using a serger, anytime I have an issue, especially when I was first starting out, I had to manually figure that out. That's what was causing my problem. Why did the thread keep breaking? Okay, so I'm gonna make a chain to make sure I have a chain to start off. Yep, it seems to be working. There's my chain right here. You see that? Here's my chain. Okay, so we will try this again. Okay, so I'm going to put this, and when you're doing rolled hem, you want the blade up because you want to cut a little bit of fabric off if you can, just like this. And I'm just cutting just a sliver off while the serger is going. And I'm down to the end. And this is a rolled hem right here. And this is using regular serger thread, top and bottom. And I don't know you guys can pick it up on the camera. I'll get it close. But you can see that this fabric is rolled over just a little bit on here. Okay, so there's your rolled hem. Now, to do a corded rolled hem, what we would do is we would put a different foot on. Talk about optional accessories. This doesn't come with your machine. It is optional. And I'll push the foot in the back to drop my foot. And I'm going to get the other foot, which is this. This is what we call a cording foot type A. And you can notice on this foot right here, there's a little guide right here for my cord to go through. In the front of the foot, there's two lines right here. Those are my needle positions, okay? So I'm only using one needle. So when I put this on, my right needle will be right here on the right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this foot on. Okay. Let's get this. Here we go. Okay, the foot is on. What I'm using this is Pearl Crown Rayon. Well, Pearl Crown Cotton. Okay, you guys get these. They're a little ball. And what you do is you take the head of the tail of the cord and you would stick it through the hole right here on the serger. Okay. What I find it's easier to do is just put this on before you put the foot on. It makes it so much easier. And, well, of course, it doesn't want to come out. There we go. I'm going to take this. You poke it through the hole right here. And it's just, I'm using this thinner cord. You notice the hole is quite big. So you can do other things with this foot too. Like if you're doing anything like bridal veiling and stuff like that, like the tulle, you can run a fishing line through it and just do a rolled hem on your tulle. And it gives it a very nice finish on the tulle. And for those of you who do stuff like this and do sell it, it is a very high margin profit item to sell, like bridal veils, stuff like that. For those of you who do sell on Etsy, what I'm talking about. Well, here we go. Okay, I have the thread tail behind the foot. And you're going to pull it to the back. Now, the blade is going to be up. So when you're doing this, you got to be careful and make sure that the thread is to the left of this little guide right here, because if you don't, you're going to end up cutting the fabric. And I'll show you how this happens. And then after this, always start with a little bit. I'll show you how this works. And with 2 fingers, I'm just holding the thread to the side. As you can see how that's encased into the thread? You guys see that? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the fabric And you basically do the same thing as you would do a regular rolled hem. This is kind of like a two-hand process. Okay, so you can cut off a little bit, or just if you want to, just make sure it's up against the blade, and then you can shave off the very edge. I'm sitting off to the side right here while we're doing this. You see how easy that goes? I'll done in a minute. And again, a third off. There's my thread tail caught in there. And that's my rolled hem right here. And what this does is, and as you can tell, you can hardly see the cord behind it. The cord is gray. The thread covers it. Okay? So this is how you do a corded or rolled hem. What a rolled hem also does is if you're doing napkins and things, this reinforces the edge of your napkins. If you're doing anything like, if you want to do like reinforce any kinds of seam, you can do that. So here's an example. This is done on a cloth napkin. This is a rolled hem done on a cloth napkin. And this is the corded one. This is the one without the cord. They basically all look alike. See, you can't see the cord on here. What I did with this one, I shortened my stitch length even more to get it more closer to that, to a rolled hem. Now, I want to show you what I used. I didn't use regular serging thread. What I used was this. You can use regular cotton quilting thread or any type of decorative thread you want on this machine. What I use is a 30 weight cotton quilting thread. So this is a thicker thread, and what happens is when you're using a thicker thread, it covers up more of the edges. So if you have any type of fraying or anything like that on your fabric, it hides it quite nice. Now, the one thing you need to be careful with that I found out is this. On the air thread serger, I don't know about the other ones out there, but on ours, if you use something like this, okay, this is another decorative thread that we used to use a lot back in the day. People has kind of gotten away from it. This is a decorative serging thread. It is, I don't know what the weight is, but it is 4-ply. They have 300. It's a Tex 300 from Robinson Anton. It's a 4-ply thread. And the thing about this thread is because how thick this thread is, it will not go through the air thread serger because the tubes on it is too small. So I couldn't use this because originally I was going to use this like I've done before to overcast the serger thread, and I couldn't do that. But you could use some other thread. You can use something like this. This is what we call woolly nylon, or you guys have our woolly lock. This thread, once you run it through the loopers, you can use upper and lower loopers. What happens when you run through it, when you're running through it, it's tight. It looks like regular thread. Once it overcasts, it loosen up, and you guys can see right here that it looks like it's got like little. Can you see it on the white area, like right here, how it would expand? So it would cover up those areas that's exposed on the thread itself. Okay, and this is a woolly lock, or what they call it. It comes in lots of different things. For the serger, you would use it. Okay, I think my time is up on this serger right now. So I'm going to bring Blaine back on and tell you all the pricing on this machine.
Well, hey, Sam.
Hi, Blaine.
Great job. Hey, so yeah, we're going to tell them how to get this one. And while you're setting up for the next one, then I'll come right back to you, okay?
Okay, great.
All right. All right, so this first of the Elna, guys, this is the top of the line Elna. And again, this is that 864 air threader overlock machine. Again, the price on it's $15.99. We have a call-in special, so give us a call. Plus, it has a $50 rebate on the machine that you can actually cash in as well that comes from Elna. Again, we have some special financing available. Give us a call if you're interested. Now, again, let me talk a little bit about some of the features. Again, it's air threading, has a 2-3-4 thread overlock, built-in needle threader, adjustable differential feed, 5-level pressure foot pressure dial, 8-piece feed dog system, the built-in 2-thread converter, built-in thread cutter. It has the maximum sewing speed of 1,300 stitches a minute. Hey, and this one only weighs 17 pounds. So it's a really nice, lightweight serger. And guys, this is a great top-of-the-line machine from Elna. And then again, with that $50 rebate, and we have the call-in special. So get on the phone right now. Call us 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our live agents. And then also we have live chat agents on the website. If you want to ask any questions there, they can help you out. Go to smplive.tv. You can get that, see the product right there. Click on it. It'll take you to the product page, and then you can read all the features and everything there. So let's go right back to Sam, and Sam's going to talk about our second Elna. And so, Sam, I'm going to let you take it away, and then we'll come back and tell them how to get this one, okay?
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, we're talking about the Extend Cover Max. Okay, this is the Elna top-of-the-line cover hem machine that has a decorative cover on top. Okay, and I'll explain a little bit for those of you who's not familiar with a cover stitch machine. What a cover stitch machine does is it's basically a finishing machine. If you do any type of knits or anything like that, if you bought any type of knit and you notice on the bottom of your t-shirts, anything like that, you notice when you put it on, you can pull on it and actually stretch it and it won't break. Now with this one, we have a choice of doing 2 needle, 3 needle, or 1 needle, okay? And if you look on the machine itself, you notice I have 5 spools of thread on here. One of them is a gold color thread. So for using a cover hem, just for regular cover hem, these 3 white thread right here is for the 3 needle. I already threaded for it. This one to the right is for your bottom looper. And on our cover hem machine, we only have 1 thread. And so this is a lot easier to thread than a serger. I'm going to open it up and show you. If you notice, I only have 1 thread right here. So this machine, this is only looper thread you have to thread on the serger itself. It's color coded, and it also have a threading guide right here. So to thread the lower looper, basically you just follow the guide. I have it here, which is on the very last pin. It comes over to here. There's arrows showing you to come straight down. You would take it, turn the hand wheel until these 3 guides line up with each other, and you thread through those 3 loops right here. Goes into here, and then in the front we have a knob right here. What this does is it allows me to thread the lower looper. See how that just drops down? So I just basically catch it here, thread it through the eye, and thread it through the eye of the hole, and you just leave it hanging there, and then you just push this back and you're threaded. It's just that simple. So you don't have to worry about a lower looper. There is no lower looper on this machine. The other nice thing about on here is this machine, make sure these threads aren't caught. You have 3 needles, and again, we have a built-in needle threader. As you can see, we have one for the right, the middle, and the left needle position. So to thread the needles, I do the same thing like I did with my serger. You can move it, and you can see the needle threader sliding to move over, okay? So it's basically thread the same way. I'm not going to thread it just to, show you guys how that's threaded. I'm sure, you can understand how that's done. Now, another nice thing about this cover hem machine is I do have a free arm on here. This little piece comes off. So now I have a free arm. So if you need to do a sleeve, a cuff, anything like that, you do have a free arm on here. Okay? So you don't want to use a flat part, you can just snap that back in and you have a flat bed. The other nice thing is you can't see it on here because of all our studio lighting. is this. We do have a light that extends out. I'm going to bring this up so you guys can see it. See? You do have a light that pops up. And this light, as you can see, there's quite a bit of really bright light around this cover hem machine. This even adds more light because we can never have enough light on our Cover Pro. Also on the top right here, this is our foot pressure adjustment. So you do have a foot pressure adjustment on there. Now to do a cover hem, to show you what a cover hem does, like for example, this would be if I was doing, let's say this is the bottom of my garment or something I'm hemming. What I did was I folded it over. Okay, this edge is raw. I don't know if this shows up on the camera, but I did mark my fabric to where I know where the edge is. Okay, again, on the foot of the machine, right here in the front, I have 3 markings in the very front of the foot, and that shows me where the 3 needles position is. So I'm using the foot right there as a guide. So that way, when I do my cover hem, I'm just going to line up in the center. Right here, I'm going to push it all the way back and lower my foot. And then I'm going to slowly, okay? You don't want to do this very fast. Okay, stitch off, and there's my triple cover hem right here, and that's what it looks like in the back. You see how the raw edge in the back is totally encased? That's how you want it. Now I know I'm using a real light fabric, and I probably should have adjusted my foot pressure a little bit. As you can tell, it's wrinkling my fabric. So that means my foot pressure is too tight. I just need to loosen it some to lessen the foot pressure. Now, to show you, I have some pre-done samples here. They'll show up a little bit better on the camera. There is my 3-thread triple cover hem, triple cover. There's the back. Okay. If I want to do a 2-thread, that's taking out the center needle and just doing 2 threads. And again, that's what the back looks like. Okay. And I want to show you this. This is a piece of stretch knit. Okay. Looks like the cotton on the back. It stretches. See how the Cover Pro stretches? If you did this with a sewing machine, with the minute you go do this with your knit, all your stitching on the top is going to pull apart. Okay, this is a very stretchy knit. Okay, this is a 3-thread cover hem right here. Same thing, it stretches. So for those of you who you do knits and stuff like that, you can use this cover hem. So this is great if you're doing swimwear, knitwear, ice skating costumes, anything that stretches, you need a cover hem. Not only that, it also does a chain stitch. Okay, a chain stitch is just a 1 stitch, just a regular chain stitch that will stretch. Now, what I want to show you is this. We have a triple decorative top cover. I want to show you what the decorative top cover looks like. This is a decorative top cover using 2 needles. As you notice, I have a piece of thread going through the top that kind of looks like a ribbon. This is the decorative top cover. And if you notice when I'm using this, this will stretch some also. Okay? So this is the decorative top cover. And to do the decorative cover, I'm going to show you how to do it with the 3 needles. Okay? So basically, you're using all 3 needles you have here. On the machine, I have the 5th spool of thread. I'm going to thread it to show you how easy it is. I'm going to put the thread through here. And again, our machine is pretty much auto tension. So it goes through here, through this angle. I'm going to bring it down to this thread guide right here in the front on the thread guide. It's only one way you can go, up and down, over here to the left. I guess I should raise my foot up so that way the thread can drop into the tension disc properly. Okay, I'm going to thread it here, here, here. I'm going down and up, okay, and down, okay, like this. And then my decorative, my arm built in, then my spreader bar is built in. I just pull a lever, I'm ready to do the triple cover. Just finish threading it by putting the thready here, through the guide. Trying to do it so where you guys can see it. I'm not hiding in front of the camera. Through here, through the little hook on this little arm right here. And then what it does is it goes in front of the needles when you're actually doing the cover hem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it on a piece of fabric. Like so. Now, I'm going to bring this back over. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the fabric in underneath up to the needle. And the instruction does walk you through all this, okay? It tells you to lower the foot, lower the needle a couple of times so that it stitches into the fabric. Okay. Then what you're going to do is you're going to pull this underneath the foot in front of the needle, which I see it's screwed up right now. Let me see here. Okay, let me pull this back out again because it's, see if it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll redo it. I have to pull the thread tail out. As you can see, the arm is actually, loosen this some more. You see how the arm goes back and forth in front to move that gold thread left and right. So when I get to the end, I'm going to pull it up, loosen my threads. Like so. I'll cut it. Pull it back to lock the threads off. And right here, this is the triple cover hem. Because you guys see how the thread goes back and forth, back and forth? That's a triple cover hem. Now, what I did on the sample here was, the difference was I just used 2 needles instead of thread, 2 needles instead of 3. And what I did was I used the heavier thread that I showed you guys earlier to do this. So you can use any type of thread to do that instead of using regular serger thread. A lot of times what you will see is, especially your exercise clothing, you'll see where they have that special thread that's in between the needles. It's got that overcast stitch. They're using like a woolly nylon on there, and they do this decorative stitch. So you can do what we call decorative cover hem by doing it like that. And so I'll show you how to do that using this. So here's the thread. The thread that we talked about, it was too thick earlier. I'm going to cut the thread right here, off here, put this on, and I'm just sticking it on top, okay? I know some people say, I can't believe you're putting that on without taking the spool holder adapters off. It works. I've never had any issues with it. Okay. I pull the thread off, and again, I'm going to show you guys. I'm putting the thread through here, here, up, down, up, down. Pull it through here in the front, in front of the arm. And let me grab a piece of fabric. And I'm going to put this thread in front, like so. I'm just going to hold it ever so slightly. I'm going to put my foot down, put this in front so it's in front of my needles. Came out, which I knew would happen because I was holding it. Get it back in. And of course it's not working. And let me pull this a little bit. Of course I'm trying to, let me take this out. It got behind the needles. You guys see that? See how it got behind the needle? When that happens, all you do is cut the top cover again, rethread it, and basically what you want to do when you're doing this, you always want to start off on a leader. You don't want to start on your actually good fabric. You want to start on the piece of leader cloth. Okay. Let me put the foot down. Put this in front of my needle. Is it pulling it? No. Okay, of course, it's want to act up like everything else. When you're trying to demonstrate it, it doesn't want to behave. How many of you know what I'm talking about? So this is real life. So don't think that when we do it on camera, everything's working out just great. This stuff happens to us also. Okay, let me see if I can get you to work. Well, it did a little bit and then it got caught. And it's doing it. Okay, let me finish it. And yes, on this cover hem machine, you can serge off the fabric. Okay, it did it here. I just need to make minor adjustment where my right needle is too loose now, as you guys can see right here. It's too loose. So this, I just have to adjust my needle to get that to come out perfectly. So you guys can see, like everything else, is a trial and error. So I just need to do a minor adjustment. But that's how you do a triple cover hem. Now, let me undo this. Take this out. And I'll show you how easy to put it away. I'm just going to cut this. I'll pull the thread out. Okay. What I'm going to do is to put it back on the back of the machine. There's a little lever right here. This part where it comes down. I just push it and it goes back up. Now I'm just ready to do a standard cover hem where there'll be a 3-thread, a 2-thread, all that. I'm ready to go. So I'm going to take this back out so we don't have to worry about it. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is this. We have a couple of accessories here I want to talk to you about. we have an accessory like this. This is what we call our center seam guide foot. And what that does is if you're sewing something where you have a seam, like this is my regular serger seam right here. This is my serger seam right here, okay? So let's say I serged these two seams together, like your jeans, okay? But I want to put that triple cover stitch on it, like you see on the side of your pants. What this foot does is, once it's on the machine, the little black guide rides on the foot itself, and you can just stitch the 3-stitch straight down like so. So it's just that simple and easy to use, okay? So if you were doing any type of decorative stitching, something has curves or something like that, that's very easy to do. Another thing I want to show you is we have this. This is something relatively new we just came out with. This is called a bias tape and a loop maker for the Cover Pro machine. What happens is when this machine, in your accessory case, you have 2 screws that comes with your machine. They look like this. You guys can't see it. Everything is white. There's 2 screws that look like this that comes with it. What you would do is take both of the screws and line up. This is for your bias holder. You would take this, screw it onto the hold in place to hold it in place. Okay, like so. Align it so that way your center guide right here matches the center needle. This allows you to take pre-folded bias tape, single fold bias tape, not double fold bias tape, single fold bias tape. Excuse me for reaching. And what I do is I take this and you run it through the holder right here in the front. Okay, see how that single fold bias tape fits perfectly into there? You would actually use both of those screws. I don't have it in there tight. Okay, I have it up to the needle. And what you would do is you would take a piece of fabric and you would put it underneath. And this would be for something like if you're doing armholes or something like that on a knit and you just want to finish it nicely, what you would do is slide the fabric underneath it, like so, and show you this. I kind of can see the fabric through it. I don't have to hold the bias tape. You can just hold the fabric in place and just kind of check it ever so often. You see how it puts the again, I need to adjust the differentials off a little bit too. Now you can't see the stitching in the front, but in the back, you guys can see how you can keep an armhole from stretching. If you're doing something in knit, like on the armhole, you don't want it overstretched, or a neckline or something like that, you can put it on here, just like this. Here's a better view of it. This is a stretched piece of lycra. Oh, semi-lycra is more of a knit. And this side will stretch, see? And with this on here, it stops it from stretching. Okay, so that's the, for this side is for the single fold bias tape. If I take this off and put it onto this other side, I just want to show you real fast. I know my time is getting close. So I would move this over here like so. Well, this would actually sit in front right here, just like before. And what you would do with that is you would use denim, okay? You'll run a piece of denim through here, folded. You'll run it through here. You will have to use a 10-ounce denim. You run it through here. You fold it one side. Basically, you do it like single fold bias tape. You run the denim through here, and it stitches the 3 stitching, or you can do 2 stitching for making belt loops. There's the back to it. And so what I did was the instruction had me folding one side of the bias tape and letting the hem guide fold the other side in. What I did was I just used a bias tape maker. You guys, everybody knows what this is. And this is a 1-inch piece of fabric that I'm using, denim. This is a size 18 bias tape maker. It holds 1.5 inches. Because I'm using a 1-inch, when I run it through here, the fabric only curves one side, it doesn't curve the other side. So when you press it, you have, similar to what the instruction tells you, to press down 1/4 inch on one side and run it through the belt loop maker. And then you can make belt loops. The other thing you can do is you can make some really nice tight apron strings with it. So that way it makes it nice and sturdy. And like all the instructions are in the back of the card holder for it. I did try using lighter weight fabric. It did not work. So just make sure you use a 10-ounce fabric or equivalent to a 10-ounce denim. It is on the back edge of the bolt of the fabric, and it'll work every time. Okay, I think my time's up. Let's bring Blaine back on. Does anybody have any questions? I know there are people in the office watching the live and answering questions.
Well, hey, Sam, another great presentation. And man, thank you so much for coming on today. And I know we're going to see you on Friday, and we're going to talk all about the Janome ones. But today, man, great job on these. And I'm going to tell everybody how they can get them, okay?
Okay, great.
All right, we'll see you Friday, Sam. All right, so this was another Elna. And guys, this one is that extended Cover Max Cover Stitch Serger. $14.99 is the price. We have a call-in special on it, and you're also going to get a rebate back on this one as well. And so again, make sure that if y'all have any questions, give us a call, 800-401-8151. And then this is that extend Cover Max Cover Stitch machine. And again, we have some special financing available. So if you need something like that, just ask them when you got them on the phone, or if you're on the website and you're talking to one of the live chat agents, you can ask them about it there as well. Again, we are going to ship this nationwide, absolutely free. Everything you've seen on the show this week is going to be shipping free nationwide to you. And again, 2 great offerings from Elna. All right, so we're going to give a prize away. What do you think, Kennedy?
A prize.
So Kennedy is digging in her prize closet over there, and we're going to find something to give away. And what I want everybody to do right now is put the keyword in MAX, M-A-X, MAX, M-A-X, and that's going to get you entered to win the prize. So you have to be watching right now.
Are you shouting out Max over at our?
No,
office?
it's the Cover Max.
I'm just kidding.
I'll give old Max a shout out too. He's
He'll
over
love
in
it. He'll
so
love
Max is over in the call center answering the phones today. So if you happen to talk to Max, you can tell him we gave him a shout out on the show. And but anyway, are you ready to spin that wheel, Kennedy?
I'm ready. I just was giving everybody a little second.
Give a few seconds
but I
there.
think we've already got a lot of people. What do we give away?
I want to give away a $25 gift
Ooh.
card to Sewing Machines Plus. And all you have to do, you can use this as soon as you get the gift card code. Now, it'll probably be a couple days before we'll get this emailed back to you. You have 30 days to claim the prize. But what we do is once we get your information, we just email you back a gift card code. And then all you have to do is just at the checkout on our Sewing Machines Plus website, just put that code in and it'll knock $25 off your purchase.
Mm-hmm.
So you can just, even if you don't get to use it for the Serger event, you can keep that in your back pocket and use it later on anytime. So, all righty, Kennedy,
Okay,
let's
ready?
spin that wheel.
Woo! I saw my name on there. I don't know who that was.
I see some familiar names coming up. Stephanie
Girolini.
Girolini.
Girolini?
Okay, I'm going to take your word for it. So
Woo!
Stephanie is our winner today. She is watching from
Yay!
YouTube. So Stephanie, you just won yourself a $25 gift card from Sewing Machines Plus. So what we need you to do is just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and once we get that information in, we will email you back a gift card code that you can use $25 off the purchase and checkout.
Woohoo!
It is that simple.
That simple.
All right, so we are coming up. We're going to have 2 presentations left, and we're going to talk all about Viking and Pfaff. And we've got 2 different machines we're going to talk about. Hey, and we have Debbie Kuno Baker is going to be coming on. Now, for over 30 years, Debbie has been lecturing, teaching, and sharing her passion for quilting and creating unique garments. And we're super excited to have her. I think this is the first time Debbie's ever been on one of our shows. So, so y'all welcome to the show, Debbie. Hey, Debbie.
Oh, she's muted.
I think you are muted.
I just click the button.
I hear. Okay, I don't hear anything. All right, so Kyle's going to call her, see if we can get that worked out. So I guess that means, Kennedy, you got to dig in that prize closet over there and see if we can pull something else out to give away. I think we ought to give.
Oh, should we try? All right.
Oh wait, she tried. All right, let's try it.
Okay, we're gonna try it.
All right, let's bring Debbie in. Hey, Debbie.
Hello.
Hey, I hear you.
Okay.
I don't see you.
All right. So.
All right, I think you need to turn your phone sideways.
Well, let's see. It is sideways. It's just not cooperating.
All right. And then it'll go widescreen on us.
Nope.
Not sure.
Me neither.
Yeah, it's very small. Well, we'll let you get going. We'll see if it'll work out. And thanks for coming on the show. And we're going to let you get going on your demo, okay?
Okay, because what I see on mine is not what you see there. So, oh, is that a little? Nope, we're sideways. I'm not sure what we're doing here. I don't know why it won't go the other way. Okay, nothing.
Well, hey Debbie, I think the problem is that are you using an iPhone?
Yeah, that's what Kyle and I.
Yeah, there's a setting on there that locks your screen so it doesn't turn when you turn your phone sideways. And I think that's probably what it is. If you're on your home screen on there, you can actually just scroll down from take your finger and swipe it from the top of the screen, and you can see it has a little screen lock button that you can push, and it'll actually change it.
No, I'm not finding that. It's just not. Well, I could stand here like this and go sideways.
Well, then I would, just turn your phone back up, straight up and down, and I think that we can see it. Because right now it's kind of sideways for us. It's upside down there, so.
Well, you know what? You probably got one of the most technologically challenged people. Because the view I shows it correct. Oh, hang on here. Nope, that's not it.
All right. Well, we're going to give something away, and I think Kyle can call you, and maybe we can work this out. And we'll try our last ditch effort there. And But so Kennedy, did you find something in that prize closet over there?
Of course we did. Of course. Let's do. Well, of course, let's do some event bags.
There we go. Everybody loves our event bags. Now these, they come in 8 different colors. They're $9.99 each, or you can get the whole pack, 8 of them for $49.99 on our website. They all have different unique sayings on one side of the bag, and it has the SMP phone number and things on the other side. And everybody loves these to put their fabric stash in, don't they, Kennedy?
Oh, me too.
All right, so we're going to give a lucky viewer. Let's do 2 people. Let's give two of these packs away. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
You got it.
Here we go.
Let's see. Okay.
Kimberly Ann. So Kimberly Ann is our winner, watching today from YouTube. So Kimberly, we need you to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information on there, hit submit, and then we will get your bag pack sent out to you absolutely free. And you have 30 days to claim that prize.
30 days.
All right, so Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel, and we're going to give another bag pack away.
Backpack.
Here we go.
I always keep the blue one in my because I have to, just in case I ever need it. That one, of course.
Joanne Shepherd Hull. So Joanne is watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Joanne. You just won yourself a pack of the event bags. We need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page until you see claim my prize. Fill out all that information completely. Hit submit. And once we get that information in, we will get those bags shipped out to you. You have 30 days to claim that prize.
Blaine, you know, we've been talking a lot about new machines and stuff. Maybe we should give away some sew mats to anybody that
I think so.
might be needing a sew mat today.
Let's do a sew mat. So if y'all don't know about our sew mats, these come in 13 different colors. They come in 4 different sizes. And these things are critical for your sewing machine. So if you don't have one of these on your sewing machine, serger, embroidery machine, you're doing your machine a disservice, because it does absolutely make your machine last longer. And you ask, how, Blaine? How does it make it last longer?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Kennedy, tell them how it makes it last longer.
Well, Blaine, if you do not have first off, you're doing your machine a disservice if you don't have a sew mat underneath your machine, of course. But it helps with vibration. It helps with noise. It helps to, prevent anything around you. It helps from keeps your machine from sliding around everywhere all over your space. You know, when you're moving your machine and it can skip, it doesn't want to do that. You don't want it to slip or anything. Oh, perfect.
Protects the surface.
Protects the surface of your cabinet. Because if you've got an aero cabinet, you got to protect it.
Yeah, if you got it sitting up on top of a kitchen counter, kitchen table. And the other thing, one thing about it, you said that it reduces the vibration, but what that does, that it keeps it from transferring the vibration to the electronics, which all these machines we're using nowadays are electronics. Right. So therefore it does make it last longer because it doesn't transfer.
Yes.
So very usable. So we're going to give away 2 of these. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Let's do it.
And I think Debbie's got her camera issue worked out. So we're going to get it, as soon as we give this away, we'll go right to Deb. And Patricia Williams, you just won yourself a sew mat. She's watching today from YouTube. So Patricia, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information completely. And most importantly, in the notes section in there, just put in what color of sew mat you want and what size, and that's what will get you shipped out. You have 30 days, Patricia, to claim that prize. Mm-hmm. All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. We'll get us another sew mat winner.
Let's do it.
And coming up right after Debbie's presentations, we're going to give away a sewing machine. What do you think about that? D Honeycutt. So congratulations, D Honeycutt. She's watching today from YouTube. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information complete, hit submit, and most importantly, before you hit submit, in the notes section, D, make sure you put what color sew mat you want and what size, and that's what we'll send you.
Yes.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna go back to see Debbie. Debbie's, I think, got her camera worked out. And so, hello, Debbie. There we go.
Hi,
I can see
how
you.
are you? I can see you too.
So Debbie has, she's discovered the marvel of the iPhone that you can use it for a camera. Awesome.
Well, right
Everything
now
looks
we're
great.
using the computer because we can't figure out the iPhone.
Oh.
So
So you're using the laptop. Okay, well then, hey, the laptop's working great. We can see you good and hear you good. So we're gonna let you get going on your presentation. And once you do this first machine, I'll come back and tell them how they can get it. And then we'll let you go back. I'll come back to you. You can do that last machine, and then we'll wrap things up, okay?
perfect. Okay, so it's my pleasure to get to show you the Husqvarna Viking Amber Air S600, which is a 5-4-3 2-thread, which means it's an overlock machine as well as a cover hem machine. And very, very easy to use. So let's see if I can. I don't know. Can I get closer? Here's going to be the issue. I can't. Can we get bigger? Didn't know you'd have the most technologically challenged person today, did you? Okay. Oh, I want you to be able to see that. A little bit better there. Trying to get rid of some of this glare. All right. What I can see, unfortunately, I can't get that glare. Can we go to full screen? All right, so on the Amber Air, you have adjustments. So when you come in and you select a stitch, and there are 26 different stitches in the machine. So when you select a stitch, and I'm going to go to a 4-thread overlock wide, you're going to see on the full color screen a picture of the stitch, what threads that I would put into the machine. So, and then when I go to information, it tells me exactly how to set the machine up. So what this means is I don't have to look for my book. I don't have to look for a card. Everything I need to know about setting up that stitch is right at my fingertips. So I've chosen a 4-thread. So it's telling me, you know, I want my knife cover. My blade would be up where I would have everything set. And then when I go into the information too, this tells me it's for all seams. And then we can close that out. When I do, I see a picture of my stitch, the recommended needle, what needles I would have in the machine, because there are 5 different needle positions, a suggested width. Now on the Amber Air, you also have a fabric guide. So I can choose between light, medium, heavy woven, or light, medium, or heavy knit. And when I do that, it's actually going to set my machine up. So it will adjust my tensions. It will adjust my stitch length, differential feed. I'm going to leave it at woven medium. I've got a speed control, so I can slow this down. My differential and my stitch length. So I don't know. You really can't, too much glare. A little bit there. All right, so when I open up the tensions here, I have the ability to fine tune. So if I'm using a heavy decorative thread and I need to make a slight adjustment, I can do that. And then what's nice is if it's something I'm going to come back to on a regular basis, I actually have memories. I have 30 different memories on this machine. So right now this is saying it's my special stitch, but I can open up a keypad and I can actually put in a name for that and then check mark and accept it. and save that for future use. And then to recall, I would just touch that top button and there would be my stitch. So it's really, really very easy to set your machine up for the exact stitch that you want. There's other things I love here. You know, we do have the thread catcher or the trash catcher. Something so simple, but it makes your cleaning up a lot easier. And it's something that a lot of people have asked for on certain sergers. So we do have that. Now, I don't know how many of you've ever wished that you had a free arm like you do on your sewing machine, so that you could say you're hemming a pant leg, putting in a sleeve. I can pull this cover off right here and I now have a free arm. Okay, so that makes my sewing a whole lot easier at times. Now, while I have that off, this also comes with the machine, and that is an extension table. So with the extension table, I can come in and have this extra space for sewing. And again, I've got some little holes right in here. So if you're going to do something circular, let's say I'm doing a circular placemat, or I'm using my chain stitch or my cover hem for decorative, I can have that and set it so that I have a perfect, effortless circle. Threading is very easy as well. We do have the air threading. And again, that means that I don't have to thread in any particular order. If I want to replace one of my threads, very easy. The other thing that I like to, if you're used to, we do have a knee lift option on here for raising and lowering your feet, or raising your presser foot, so that you can have both hands on your fabric, especially if you're working with something that is a little tricky. So let's come in and let's say, so as long as I follow everything that this is telling me to do, I'm going to have that perfect stitch. So again, we've got a 4 thread. So if I come in, this tells me that I would want my 2 needles in, A and B, that I would use, recommended is a 90 needle. My width would be at about 6. Tensions look pretty good to me. So we're going to give it a try. So we'll close that out. And then if I go into information, I check, I've got my cover, my knife blade is up. We're all set here. So we're actually ready to stitch. Presser foot is on the side, which makes it nice. And there is a perfect 4 thread stitch with no adjustments whatsoever. So again, very effortless. You can also use decorative threads very easily. Again, most of them will blow through. All I would do is cut the thread I wanted to use, bring this over to the threading, close my threading tubes, and push the pump to have my threads go through. So again, it's a very effortless. So when you come into your different stitches, let's go back into our set. Oh, okay, here, let's go back to the beginning. So you can see from the different stitches, I have anywhere from a 5 thread safety stitch, 4 thread, 3 thread overlock wide, my rolled hems, several different types of rolled hems, 2 thread rolled hems, flat locking, triple cover, narrow cover, chain stitch. And all of these are just effortless. So once you choose one, it's going to tell you how exactly to set it up. The other thing that's nice is when I turn my machine off and I come back to my machine the next time, whatever stitch that I was on when I left will be the one that is chosen. So if I've been working with a 4 thread, doing some decorative work, it's going to come right back up to that 4 thread stitch for me. So I don't have to remember exactly what I was doing. And if I had done any changes, again, remember, I can put that into my memory, and that's going to let me pick that special stitch. So now it asks me if I wanted to load that. You can just say yes. And now everything that you have saved from a previous project is right there on the screen. So really very, very easy to use, which is what we want when we're working with a serger. The easier it is to use, the more you're going to use it. We also have accessories, you know, for like putting in piping, putting in zippers, that kind of thing. So, you know, I like to do a lot of piecing. So here's a piece where I have done, so this was all decorative. So the piecing is done on the outside using a heavy decorative thread in the upper looper. So if I had made any adjustments, I could sit there and pull that particular stitch up. But it's also very easy for me to put in a decorative thread. You want to change your threads? We're just going to cut one up here. Open this up. I'm going to raise my foot, pull my threads through. So let's just serge those out. Yes, I know. Okay. So all I would have to do is replace the one that I want. And so this is about a 12 weight thread, and I shouldn't have any difficulty putting this one through. Let's get that in there. Well, you know, close our threading tube so that we know everything is going to go where it's supposed to, right? Again, let's see. Blows through the first time perfect. Okay, so there's my thread. My needle is threaded. And let's see, now that we have a decorative thread, okay. All right, so what I don't have is my needle threaded. It came unthreaded. So let's all right. So yes, anytime you're trying to do something in front of people, we all know that stuff happens. So let's just get that needle threaded. All right. Let's see. This one is just wanting to give me a little bit of an issue right now. So let's just start, bring it back in. All right, there we go. Make sure we get that last guide. There we go. All right, so let's see. Everything is open. Now I can see on this one, it might need just a little bit of tweaking, not much. So again, I could come in and it would be my lower looper. All right, and now I have that perfect decorative stitch. So again, all I could do was change one thread. On older sergers, if you've been serging for a long time, you know you would have had to do the needles as well as the loopers. But again, I could just change one looper to get that decorative, which makes it really, really easy to use. And then because I've made that, I could made some adjustments with that. All I would do is come in here. I could say I want to change this. Let's give it a name. Let's put wide 3-thread. And come in and change it. And then I can recall it later on. And I want to overwrite that stitch. Yes. Okay. So simple, easy to use. All you need to do is follow the directions that are here on the screen, and you're going to have a perfect stitch every single time. So now, Blaine, if they wanted to add this to their sewing room, how would they do that?
All right, let me tell them how, Debbie, okay? All right, so guys, sorry about the I know it's very fuzzy and it's hard to see what Debbie's doing. Debbie is such a great teacher. You know, so to me, even if you can't see it very well, I know if you're watching on your mobile phone, it's probably impossible because we have some big screens in here and it's a little blurry for us, but just listen to her. She's such a good teacher, and we hate not to let you hear her talk about it. I know it's going to be tough to watch, but let's do an overlay up there, Kennedy. We're going to tell you a little bit about this machine. Now, again, this is the top of the line Husqvarna Viking Amber Air S600 cover lock. Now, the price on this is $4,999. Now, we do have some special financing available right now with that, and with the purchase, you're going to get a free $500 gift card with the purchase. So you're getting a really good deal on this right now. Not only will we have a call-in special on the pricing, we have financing, and we have the $500 gift card. So really a good time to buy. All you Husqvarna Viking fans out there, now's the time. If you've been thinking about getting one of these Amber Airs, this is the time to get it. Now, again, this has the free arm. It has the knee lift. It has the extension table that's included. It has that stability. It has the auto tension, and it has the nice spacious work area. Again, great for the larger projects with that extension table. And so you have a really nice work surface. And I know, you know, in Debbie's video, it's kind of hard to see, you know, that machine with her. She had the table on there, and you couldn't really see it well. But you can see it on the screen right there. What a good looking machine it is. We don't have the extension table on it in the picture you see on the screen right now, but it is a great machine. Again, if you're on our website, you can go to smplive.tv. Once you see the product at the top of the page, you can click on it. It takes you to the product page. You can read all about it yourself. Also, if you're on SewingMachinesPlus.com website, you can just type it in at the very top of the page, the Amber Air S600. It'll take it to the product page. We
did get a question. Do we offer military discount?
Yes, we do offer military discounts. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can help you out there. The other thing on this machine is, again, if you're on a website, you can talk to one of the live chat agents too, and they can help answer questions for you as well. All right, so let's go back to Debbie, and we're going to talk about our second machine of the day. And so, Debbie, are you ready to go? I'm getting a phone call. All right, she's got that second machine ready to go. And so, Debbie, we're going to let you go. I know it's a little blurry for everybody, but you're doing such a good job just talking and educating. And so that's the main thing. And we'll get this video stuff worked out for the next time. Okay?
I promise. I promise next time will be easier and better. Okay, this one you can see a little bit better, I think, because the machine is darker. So this is the Pfaff Admire Air 7000. It's also basically your 4-thread serger plus cover hem. So a lot of the same similarities, but just slightly different. It does have the scrap catcher, which again, I love. It has the extension table. So why would you want the extension table? If you're working on something that is larger, you're going to want to have that extra space. And many of us have that extension table for when we are doing we're doing some quilting, and believe it or not, you can actually quilt on your serger. I've done several pieces. The advantage is if you're working with fabrics that have a tendency to ravel like silk, the finishing off that edge as you quilt. The other thing I love about the serger is the fact that I can do a lot of decorative things with it. So a serger is more than just an edge finisher. And I think if we start learning to think about that a little bit differently, we'll use our sergers more. But again, we have pretty much the same screen that we had before. Now, I was beginning to thread this one up for a 2-thread, let's see, a cover stitch wide. So when I go to my color screen, and I really wish that we could see this a little bit better because it is a beautiful screen, it's showing me where I would put my threads. And I have started, I have my needle threads done, but I haven't threaded my chain stitch looper. So again, I'm just going to close this. I'm going to lock my tubes. Now, one of my favorite things, and I love using chain stitch and cover hem for decorative work. And I've got some great samples to show you how that works. All right, so and again, this is about a 12 weight rayon. And there's my thread. All right, now there would be some other things that I would need to do. So again, if I go into my information, it's indicating to me that I would take my blade cover off and that I would be putting my cover table on. What your cover table does is it allows you to have pretty much like a flat bed sewing machine. So I basically turned my serger into a flatbed. Now, the upper looper, I would need to lock that down. So I would just turn that looper till it's in its lowest position, and then I'm going to lock it down, which is basically what this is telling me to do. I would also want to bring my blade down because I wouldn't want to be cutting. So again, I'm just following the instructions that it has here on the machine. And let's see what we have. Now, when I start a chain or I start a cover, I usually will just leave my needles right in the front, or my threads in front of my needles, and get my fabric under there. And let's just now, Whether you know are familiar with the cover stitch or not, you really are. Anybody who's worn a t-shirt or sweatpants has seen that stitch around the hem that looks like two stitches, straight stitches. And then when you turn it over on the back, you have the serge stitch. Well, I have my decorative thread in that lower looper, so I'm getting a heavy thread. So you can use this basically either the top side or the bottom side. So if I were hemming, I probably would not put that heavy thread through or into my lower looper. But what you can do with that, so we can do a narrow chain stitch, or excuse me, a narrow cover or a wide cover. So right now I have it at a wide cover, but I have used a chain stitch and a cover to basically create a plaid here so that it's the back side. So I was sewing from the wrong side of my fabric. And then I've used decorative thread in the chain stitch to come and add up here. I've added these little prairie points, and they have a heavy metallic thread that was done with a wide 3 thread. So that works out really well. The other thing you can do, we have a belt loop maker. So when you're using the belt loop maker, it basically folds it almost like a bias tape, a single fold bias tape, and you can actually stitch that right over a seam and get a beautiful finish there. So your serger again can be decorative as well. So here's another one, again, using the chain stitch, using my narrow cover, using my belt loop. This time I just kind of did it as a little curve. So these are completely done on your serger. So with my belt loop maker, I actually, after I made it, folded it in half and then stitched down one side using my chain stitch. So we have a clear foot for your chain stitch, which makes it very easy for you to see and guide. So I actually made the little ties here. Beautiful rolled hem. So very easy to do these different functions. So I like to think of my serger as a little bit more decorative as opposed to strictly using it for hemming or sewing. So again, while if you do nothing else with your serger, then finish off your decorative seams. Your serger is worth its weight in gold. But if you can start to look at your serger and think of it as doing some different things, and it will handle a lot of threads that your sewing machine does not. So again, my cover hem was really, it turned out very nicely. I don't see that I would need to make any adjustments on that, but if I did, I would come in here with my tensions and maybe, I might say like I needed to loosen my needle. Now, when you are loosening the tensions on here, remember that these are very, very minor increments. So sometimes I will go up as much as a full number. So I will do a test each one. You'll be able to tell if you are have adjusted it. It looks a little different. So right now, my tensions, when I select one to adjust, I have a colored box around it, and my numbers are in black. I still have the colored numbers or a colored box, but if I have adjusted that tension at all, the numbers will turn white. So I can see at a glance that I have been adjusting that and which way I want to go. So once I have that adjustment, I still have the ability to save a stitch. You have 30 different memories in here. So that's a lot of different stitches that you could save settings, along with 26 different stitch configurations, from a chain stitch to your wide cover, does a triple cover. You've got your rolled edges. And you could see how easy it was for me to go from regular serging to a cover stitch. All I had to do was move my needles. I did need to take my blade down. So let's go back in and look at that so that you know what I am talking about. So let's come in. All right, that's chain stitch. We were doing a cover wide. So again, what this told me is where my threads should go, that I would put my cover table on, lower my blade. Tension is, everything is normal. I would want to bring my upper looper down. Now, if I go to information number 2, this kind of tells me what what I would use this for. So for hems on stretch fabrics and for decorative effects on all kinds of fabrics. So primarily it's used for hemming, but it can be done as a decorative stitch. Now, I've had people say and go, can you get the same look when you use a twin needle on a sewing machine? And while you have the same look, you won't get the stretch. That's the advantage that a cover stitch has, is the fact that it has a lot more stretch than a twin needle can give you. Twin needle might look good on a woven fabric, but if you put it on a knit, you're probably going to be replacing that hem multiple times. So again, very, very easy here to set things up. Information. You do have a settings page in here. So when I can adjust the sounds. You have multiple languages in here. If you find that your screen is not as easy to touch, I can come in and I can calibrate my screen to my touch. And then all I need to do is touch my settings again to close that. Trash can, if I were getting rid of one of my memorized stitches. You have 2 hearts over here on the side. The one that is down from the top is where I would enter or save a stitch. The one on the top is where I would recall my stitch. So a lot of very, very easy things. Now, this is something else. It's hard to see because it's over here. This actually has a foot pressure adjustment. Why is that important? Many, many moons ago, I was working with a decorative thread and I kept getting skipped stitches and having to take that particular seam out because it was going to show. Now, once I increased my presser on the pressure foot, the skip stitching went away. Where else I might use it, if you're working with, say, a delicate fabric and you don't want as much pressure on it, or you've got, say, something like a velvet or a heavy knit, you might want to decrease the pressure. Thin fabrics, maybe you're going to increase it, but not all machines give you the ability to adjust that pressure. We also have the knee lift on this one. So if you are those that like the knee lift, again, I can use my scrap fetcher when I'm working with this. Well, it's not going to want to go on there with this one, is it? So I guess I figure you're not going to make any scraps here. So yep, we've got the earthquake that's happening. So easy for us to be able to adjust. So again, think of your serger not just as an edge finisher, but all of the decorative functions that you can do with it. And when you've got one that's easy to adjust, easy to thread, you're going to find that you are using your serger much more than you maybe have in the past. So it just gives you a lot of decorative capabilities. So again, Blaine, if they wanted to add this one to their sewing room, how would they do that? Okay, so let's continue. Let's talk a little more then. Blaine is not. Okay, so we want to convert back just to show you how easy, because again, some people don't think it's easy to come back to a different stitch. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my table off. I am going to raise my upper looper and I'm going to give it a turn so I know it's coming up. Let's go ahead and cut this thread. get this through. All right, that one pulled through nicely. How are my needle threads? Okay. So we've basically set. So let's say we want to set back up for a 4th thread. Let's come in, pick, how about we try a rolled hem? Because I always love to do my rolled hems. So just want you to see how easy it is. So let's do a 3-thread rolled hem. 3-thread rolled edge. Okay. So we are going to take our needles out. We find our little screwdriver, which I just had in my hand. And let's do it with a decorative thread in the looper. So this is showing me where I would put my threads. So no more tying off. I basically do not tie my threads off. I know that's something we used to do, but with the machines that thread so easily now, there really is no reason for us to be tying off. So let's go ahead. This one's going to come over and go over to my needle. We'll just get that one out of the way. We're going to go ahead, close our threading tubes. Let's see. I am going to switch because I'll switch these two out because I want decorative in my upper looper. All right, now if you are not used to the air threading, if you had done this in the past, what you would do when you were changing is I would have had to thread the upper looper, the lower looper, and then thread my needles. This way, I don't have to do that anymore. I can thread in any order. That is what is so nice about these. Okay, there's one. We're going to take this one. This one's going to go into here. So again, all I need to do is follow the directions. And if I do that, I should have a perfect stitch. Curly thread. Yes. All right. It is just wanting to be cantankerous with me today, as well as the fact that my computer says my battery is running low because we weren't planning on using my computer. And again, I want to apologize to everybody for being so technologically behind the times. So hopefully my battery is going to last long enough for Blaine to come on. Okay, come on, there you go. All right, come on, there you go, there you go. Just needed a little coaxing. All right. So back behind the guide and in through our needle. Rolled hem is something you can do with regular thread. You can use woolly nylon in the upper looper. You can use, I'm using a 12 weight. And you know, when you're in your own sewing room, these things do not happen. They only happen when you are on camera and trying to get things exactly where you want them. Okay, all the way up. Here. So do I have you in the wrong one? All right, I'm going to put my foot down because sometimes it's just easier for me if I know I go right down into the needle hole and then right back up. I should be right where it needs to be. I never have this much trouble. It's just that day, right? There, I felt that one get tighter. I know, it's so quiet. I can't hear anything. All right. Okay, let's put our blade cover back on. So let's double check. We have that. We have blade cover. We have our knife blade back up. We have this. We have that. Our loopers up. We are going to shorten our stitch length. So when we come in for information, it will tell us exactly what we need to do. So it should set everything. Oops. Open up your threading tubes. I love the fact that it will not let me adjust or close that door without closing those threading tubes. Okay, most sergers will not let you chain off anymore, but look, I have a beautiful rolled hem with no effort. So see, I didn't have to make any tension adjustments whatsoever, even using a 12 weight thread. So Blaine, how would they get this serger for their very own?
Well, thanks, Debbie. Appreciate you coming on the show and showing the two sergers today. And sorry that you had a little bit of technical difficulties, but hey, you got through it and it sounded great. And I think everybody got a lot out of it. So appreciate it.
So I fumbled through, but you know what?
Hey.
Next time, I promise I will be so much better.
All right. Yeah, we'll work on it for the next time. So thank you so much. All right, everyone. This is another great machine. Now, one thing I want to talk to you about this. Now, the color on her screen looked like it was black, but if y'all can see, it's kind of a darker purple color. Really nice machine. Now, this is basically almost the exact same machine as the Husqvarna Viking that she showed before, but this is the Pfaff brand, and this is the Admire Air 7000. This is the Coverstitch machine. Again, the S&P pricing is $49.99. It does also have the $500 gift card with purchase you're going to get back. Plus, we have a call-in special on it. Special financing is available. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, or you can just go to our website and speak to one of our live chat agents. They can help answer questions and take your order as well. Again, two great machines, the Husqvarna Viking and this Pfaff, and both of them are going to be super, really close to being almost identical, just a little bit of different colors and things, and some the accessories that come with it. So if any one of those two machines y'all are interested in, make sure you give us a call. All right, we're going to move on. So we have come to the end of day one. We hope that y'all enjoyed the Serger so far. This is a brand new event for us. You know, we've had people asking us that they'd like to see more Sergers. So we're trying to give you every Serger, representation of every brand that we carry out there. So hopefully you're getting to see your favorite one. Let me tell you what's in store for tomorrow. So tomorrow it's Baby Lock all day. So Baby Lock's in the house tomorrow. We're going to start the stream at about 9:15. So we're going to start the stream at 9:15 Pacific time, 11:15 Central time. We'll start the stream. The first presentation will start at 30 minutes past the hour. We're going to have Barb Lewis tomorrow from Baby Lock. She's going to be our first up. She's going to be talking about the Accolade. Then after her, we have Deb Canham. She's going to be talking about the Baby Lock Celebrate.
Hi, everybody. This is Kyle. Blaine is switching the breaker. We just had a power outage, so he will be right in. There's Kennedy. The power went out. He just flipped the breaker. He's coming in right now.
Hey, I'm here.
And we're getting everything set back up, so here you go.
All right, so Kyle's going to hold his phone for me for a second. Sorry about that, everybody. Breaker went out for some reason. And so we were right in the middle of talking about the Baby Lock tomorrow. I think I can't remember who I even talked about last, but we're also going to have Melinda Stevenson in. So those three, Deb Canham, Barb Lewis, and Melinda Stevenson, we're going to talk about six different Baby Lock Sergers tomorrow. We also got a special buy on the Baby Lock tote, the rolling tote for Sergers. And we're going to have a special call-in special for that tomorrow. So keep that in mind. It'll fit all the Baby Lock Sergers. It is a really, really good one and a really nice looking. So we'll have a good special on that. And then we'll have that. We'll have some more giveaways tomorrow. So make sure y'all tune in. And Kennedy right now is trying to get our systems back up. So we need to, let me hold that, Tom. You get the camera going. And if we can get the camera and the TVs going, and I'll sit here and talk to y'all too. So don't go away. Y'all hang on with us. We're going to do a giveaway before we end the show today. And that's not turning on, so it didn't do it. Okay. But we could double up the giveaways. All right. So it sounds like to me our system is dead in the water. So, okay. All right. So anyway, the breaker didn't come back on. So what we'll do is we'll give away extra stuff tomorrow to make up for it. So anyway, thank y'all for joining in. Again, hope you tune in tomorrow.
Y'all say bye to everybody over there. There you go, pal.
Bye, guys.
Ending the stream.